Just a wee bit.
Just a wee bit.
But you know, deer stones, it'll provide a little bit of extra boost in feudal age. Nothing like the good old chapel that we'll see out of HRE most likely.
Yeah, I expect. GUA always plays a little bit differently than the meta. I expect some sort of feudal aggression, maybe light aggression. Nothing necessarily like an all-in feudal, but I expect a few men-at-arms, maybe some horsemen, and then probably into Castle Age is what I expect GUA to do this game. And then I'm expecting a tower rush from Doomsy.
Yeah, would definitely expect the tower rush. Try to hit that HRE gold, force a reaction, force some annoyance. But here we go, jumping on in.
Okay, well, let's go into caster mode. Let's pause for a second. When I pause, is a pause for you, or can I not pause?
I'm in control of the pause. I paused it though.
Okay, yeah. We always have to pause for just a second,
Yeah.
so it doesn't lag.
Speaking
And,
of, we're
all right,
going back in.
I think we're good to go. Okay, so we have a barracks coming out from GUA immediately, so he is worried about that tower rush. Oh, did it lag again?
Oh, sorry. I was just changing one on my hotkey. Sorry.
Okay,
Now
no
we're good.
worries. So yeah, we do see that barracks coming out from GUA, so it looks like he's going to be going early spearman. And judging by Doomsy's opening with the 5 on wood, I'm expecting a barracks to come down shortly to try to do that tower rush.
Yeah, as far as the opening goes, GUA, he's got that kind of nice chapel spot, but it is forward. So if an outpost does get down, it will deny quite a bit of resources, and that's where he's not even going to have to end up worrying about it for too long because he's going to have his own spears already ready, and actually might even try to pressure out the Uvu if Doomsy doesn't end up making enough spears on his side.
Yeah, but we already see that barracks coming down as expected. I'm always conflicted about these kind of openings when you play like Atri or China against Mongols. Is it good to do the barracks first just so you don't have to deal with the tower rush? I'm not sure, but I've played with it myself. It sometimes just feels better to deal with the tower rush that way. Ooh, GOA almost losing a scout there.
A lot of sheep that he would have lost with it, and I think we might have seen an early FF if that would have happened.
No, not for a tournament match. I do think he would be very mad. Currently, what I find interesting is GUA is making spears and he's moving straight across the map. So he's not even waiting, which means, double production Mongol spearmen are going to easily deal with this and force this back. I'm not sure I like the move out here.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think it's kind of a little bit too proactive almost. Like all that Doomsy needs to do is spot this out, chase down the spearman right on back, get a couple decent trades, and then GUA already kind of investing, and he's spending more into this. He's not having that double production that the Uvu has free stone that it's using.
Now, interestingly enough, Doomsy did make a second scout and did scout out the barracks from GUA, and he's not making any more spearmen at the moment. He actually pulled almost all but one villager off of wood, and he's going straight to gold. So he's just going to age up. He sees this, he's not even going to overreact, and I really like this decision by him because he's only making 2 spears. Look how many GUA's made. He's made 5 spears at the moment, a way heavier investment than Doomsy.
Yeah, exactly. And that's definitely going to allow him to get a much quicker feudal age than you would typically see from the Mongols. The only thing is will G-Wei be able to do anything with his 4 spears? Probably not. He'll go try to maybe burn the Uvu, and Doomsy can easily react very quickly to that, has close proximity to his base.
Yeah, exactly. Doomsy can just produce more spearmen if needed, but I don't think GUA is going to move across. You can actually see that GUA spread out his spearmen. I'm assuming he's doing this for vision so that a sneaky tower doesn't pop out of nowhere, but as we already know, there's no tower rush coming.
We had a little bit of idle time for GUA dropping off the sheep at his base there, so not another kind of just fallback point from this HRE beginning opening, and Doomsy's going to have a little bit of a leg up here, it seems.
Yeah, Doomsy will be aging up shortly, though. Then again, you can't underestimate the Prelate Inspire, so the age up may actually be closer than you think, just because of that nice little Inspire there. But I do expect Mongols to probably age up a little bit faster, but maybe not. I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah, we finally see GUA starting to move forward with the scout. One spearman, he's kind of a little confused. He's like, where's the tower rush? Where are the spearmen from the other side? He saw the barracks, and now he kind of just sees those two small investment from Doomsy and realizes what happens probably.
Yeah, we see a boar pole attempt, but that didn't work out well. Oddly enough, we do see I've been paying too much attention to Doomsy's town center, but he is behind by 3 villagers. So I think he must have sacrificed some early food eco to get those early spearmen out, which probably is why he lost some. And I really just like that he's trying to move out here when he knows GUA's been pumping out spears.
Yeah, he is going up with the deer stones, but as you said, 3 villagers this early. It's not something to joke around about. Yes, the extra scout would have accounted for 1, but not the other 2. And not only that, GUA has the prelate that's inspiring his eco, so his villagers are working even harder.
Yeah, and so we're seeing, and Doomsy, as we said before, right? He's just going to double produce those spearmen. Out they come. So he's going to have 4 to the 5, and then he just can produce some more. And this Uvu shouldn't go down. I'd be very surprised if it went down. I do think GUA should have done this pressure a little earlier, but I think he just probably was just expecting that rush, and then it didn't happen.
Doomsy again having to idle out his town center for those double spearmen yet again. So might be able to hold this Uvu, but not at a cost that is, good, I would say.
Yeah, he definitely should have. He should have force dropped off with sheep because he still has an idle town center. I think at least it's not showing for me that he's producing units.
Yeah, no, it's still idle. It kind of hurts seeing this for sure.
There we go. Yeah, that's a lot of idle time that should not have happened. I think he might have tunnel visioned a little too much on these spears, and they both aged up at just about the same time.
Scout of GUA's does get taken out, so will be hard to get any more of this additional vision, but Doomsy does not see that one spearman on his gold vein until the very last second, pulls it off, and is
lost a Vil.
Just quite not able to get away from that, but is starting to try to push back on the other side.
Yeah, and we're seeing he's down 6 villagers right now, or 5 villagers now, and you have to remember, we have Inspire here, which is, this really the eco lead's a lot bigger for GUA than just 6 villagers.
Yeah, GUA has run out of food under his town center, or just about. He's on that last sheep carcass. Moving out onto the deer, though, right as Doomsy's trying to push forward, but already has the correct counter unit as archers from the HRE. That is correct. The rare scene archer is coming out.
Yeah, and I was expecting something from GUA here. I've just noticed he does this with Abbasid too, obviously not without Men-at-Arms, but he does like to do some feudal aggression, so not surprised to see a stable coming down as well. I definitely expect to see some horsemen, archers.
Oh no, the one spearman back at the base was able to end up burning the Uvu. A villager will be able to come out, keep it alive though, just barely.
Yeah, and we're seeing, I'm surprised. GUA has a lot of villagers on wood, but he's not going second TC, so very interesting decision. Usually when you see this many villagers on wood this early, you would expect that, because he could pull some and put them on, deer or berries, but looks like he might just be trying to do an early farm transition instead.
Yeah, still is producing a few more archers than expected too, so that's where a lot of that wood is going as well. Just pumping these archer numbers, because that's where it seems like this is going to be a little bit of a spear archer over by Doomsy, but it kind of transitioned to archers on both sides.
Yeah, and they're even in the archer count, and with reinforcements from GUA, this is no threat at all to them. We do see another archery range coming out. I would kind of like to see GUA either mix in some Men-at-Arms or maybe get a few more horsemen. Feels like he doesn't have... Like, he has a decent amount of wood, but he doesn't have the production for the constant units he wants to produce, I feel like.
Yep, first couple farms are coming down next to that town center in that chapel radius, and GUA just playing that defensive HRE that you typically see, in Doomsy trying to put a little bit extra pressure from Mongol feudal age, not the typical trade up right to castle.
Yeah, and we do see that Doomsy's actually trying to sneak around to hit that deer source. He did scout this with his scout, so he knows about the deer being taken here. Looks like he's hoping to get a few kills, and he might be able to before GUA can react.
Yeah, he does have 10 archers there. That's enough to one-shot a Vil. And if GUA doesn't immediately start pulling the Vils, I think at the very least, Doomzy should be able to get 3 or 4 Vils here.
Yep. Oh,
Oh,
GUA's
and
reacting.
look at that.
But he could use the con to speed boost his units.
Oh, still able to get 3 Vils, so solid job. And that was the main food source of GUA. So not only does this idle some Vils, this idles out more production, but horsemen have been transitioned to, and this is a full archer ball. So Doomzy will lose all of this army and loses another Vil at home.
Yeah, I don't like that he's retreating here. He should have just committed to the fight. He's not getting away with these units. He should have pulled back a little sooner, and he might have been able to get away, but overcommitted a little too hard there, and he's going to lose his whole army for that. Ooh, we also see a raid on the deer on the right-hand side.
Yeah, we already see 1 dead body there, 2nd dead villager, and this is going to be more and more of this bleeding here from the Mongol player, whereas GUA now is up to 5 farms next to that chapel, is feeling a little bit better.
Yeah, and we're seeing 3 villagers go down over here on that deer for a total of 3 villagers killed for GUA so far. They both killed 5 kills and 3. I can't remember. Does the 5 kills on the bottom left, is that how many were killed?
GUA has killed 5.
Okay.
So GUA has killed 5. Doomsy's lost 5 of his villagers.
Okay, that's what I thought.
He lost 1 or 2 on gold and then 3 onto the deer.
Yep, okay, that's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure I had that correct.
Yeah, and then GUA just lost those 3 from the deer run that we just saw a second ago. But GUA, the real big differing factor was those horsemen transition. Just him having 2 or 3 horsemen in that fight, as well as being able to use their mobility, run across the map, and hit 2 different spots like we saw while the fight's going on.
Yeah, and I'm expecting, it looks like GUA is going to start saving for that Castle Age. I think that's a good decision. There's no threat from the Mongol player at this point. He has taken a military lead, but worst case scenario, there's towers, and GUA can just pump out some extra units if needed.
Yeah, GUA is just he's in the happy HRE spot right now. He's got the farm transition. He's already been able to take a lot of the deer, which I feel like HRE's struggle point is this transitioning into the food economy, and he's already utilizing the deer, so he doesn't have that harder transition and already has a good amount of the farms.
Yeah, and we're just seeing that Castle Age should be coming up now. He can't afford it and is dropping the Regnitz Cathedral as expected. And here comes the push from the Mongol player.
Yeah, it's going to come down to those front side deer right on top of it, but GUA able to pull back. Outpost going to be a distraction there for maybe a second. I think Doomzy really just needs to run past this and actually try to get some damage on the eco while this age up is happening, but is trying to just slow burn this tower, and GUA happy with that, still dropping this Regnitz, getting another barracks down, getting a blacksmith to get some of those upgrades in play as well.
Yeah, exactly. Needs to get some more production. He still has 300 wood in the bank, so he can throw down another barracks. He is making men-at-arms, which is great, because then they can be upgraded to Castle Age, and Mongol's army will just tickle them.
Yeah, Doomzy has the blacksmith down, but he has not gotten 1 single upgrade out of the blacksmith, being denied off the gold early and never went back to it. So those archers are going to tickle even more than I was expecting.
Yeah, and we see the first relic being taken. And obviously, this is a bad feeling for Mongols, right? You're feudal age, you're not even close to castle. HRE hits castle, that is just not a good feeling. And he's feeling the pressure now to try to do some damage here.
Trying to do some damage, and at the same time, those horsemen of GUAs run back to those deer. If it works once, it will work again. Immediately idles out more of those food villagers, and Doomzy, he's nowhere close to where he's needing to be here at this point, as you were just saying, and I don't think he's going to be able to get there at all. Ooh, he has found a little bit of damage circling around. GUA has not been able to kind of stabilize a big mass of these villagers, and it looks like a fight's being taken. This time, though, men-at-arms are into the mix for GUA.
Yep, and again, these are Castle Age men-at-arms. +1 ranged is there. So, oh, but there is no weapon damage on Doomsy, as you commented before. So really, these men-at-arms, 7 men-at-arms, should probably clean this up with the support. And he's just going to try to go for Vil kills. I mean, this is his best chance, but probably not going to be enough.
Yeah, he is getting a decent amount of damage, gets a little bit of a circle on a few of those Vils, and still firing down those arrows onto the rest, but that just now has evened up the villager count. And GUA, we just heard it, relics starting to be snagged and secured.
Yep, he's about to have 3 relics, and that's with Regnance, so we know that's going to be a lot of passive gold. He's at age up, and again, he still has Inspire, so in reality, you know, the eco lead isn't anywhere close to balance here. And that horseman killing another villager over on the gold mine.
Yep, just Doomsy still not able to stabilize that food. Doesn't have any pastures down for that long-term food eco. He's been on pocket eco, so that's going to be even more of a struggle here in just a bit.
Yep, and we do see that one prelate did die before he could get the relic in, but again, that's still going to be 3 relics here in just a moment. Ooh, that... Oh, he could have killed that. Oh, okay. He tried to be a little fancy there, but he could have just killed that if he focused on the prelate with that horseman.
Yep. GUA might actually want to go take that boar with some of his villagers if he wants. Now that he's killed it, just you know, you use the convenience. You're already there. Might as well go get the food that it's utilizing.
Yeah, and I do like what Doomsy's doing here. You notice he's rallying units, but he's trying to just do any damage he can while going Castle Age, and that's his best chance at the moment to, you know, not die to an attack, is distract GUA, try to get his army to focus on the units, and allow himself to age up so he doesn't just die to the men-at-arms. But GUA has already split off a part of his army. He's going for that vulnerable food source, and Castle Age should be starting here any moment now for Doom.
Yeah. Doom dropping the curl tie of all things, but GUA goes right back to those deer, right back to those berries. This time a knight is in the mix, not just a few horsemen, and that knight's going to be hard to deal with, especially if GUA can spot out the Castle Age that is just being dropped in the midst of nowhere.
Yeah, if he just went a little more to the right, he's going to see 16 villagers building a landmark. Too late to stop it now, but he could have definitely denied that.
Doomsy running out of those initial berries at home. Knight is idling out his whole main town center. Castle Age has finished, but this is where Doomsy, his whole entire eco is essentially not there anymore, just being idled and not really going to find the resources he needs to stabilize.
Yeah, and he had 20 idle villagers for about a minute, I think. So his economy is in shambles. He is going to hit that Castle Age, but he's only got 400 food in the bank. And if GUA just looks to that right, he's going to see 16 villagers on food.
No Uvu to double produce any units to actually kind of help those Mongols stabilize in Castle Age like they can sometimes. Just starting to pump crossbows out of that triple range that he had from earlier, but GUA is going to have a real easy transition into adding some land snakes and adding in some horsemen again.
Yeah, we see GUA is taking the he took another relic, and he's taken all the sacred sites. I mean, he's down by 2 villagers, but that's about to, you know, drop. And again, the relics more than make up for that. And we don't really see anything coming from Doomsy. Like, he's got a couple crossbows, but that's it.
And the villager count number doesn't always matter with how much idle time Doomsy has had. He's been running around with those 20 vills that you were talking about being idled for that minute for another minute and a half after that. Whole entire wood line getting absolutely obliterated and production being sat on top of. Doomsy does not have much more time left in this game.
I'm like expecting the GG any moment now. I mean, he's got, there we go.
Yeah.
GG. I was going to say.
He stuck around a lot longer than I would have, honestly.
Yeah. It's just never a good feeling. Once they hit Castle Age and you're feudal, not even close, it's just a lot of times you just kind of die. But he had the right idea, try to harass the eco as much as he could while getting castle, but just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I feel like that idle time early, and if you check the Vil graph, you can definitely see that early idle time from the villager production of just like a couple of the like flat lines, not that upward straight graph that you see out of DoomZ, and it really does end up costing over time.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, thank you Anonymous for the 10 gifted subs. Greatly appreciate it. And let's see what they're going to do for game number 2.
I went ahead and invited you back.
I can't believe you left without me.
No, it automatically.
I
Yeah,
know,
whatever.
I'm messing with you. You should know this by now. Okay.
Yeah. So it's not Bohemia. What did we say? Tempe or dry? No, it was.
Dry Arabia and Tempe, but Tempe's GUA's map. Let me pull up. There it is. Okay, so a little bit of a mistake by DoomZ here. 1 second. Looks like DoomZ actually chose Mongols again for his second game. And the rules state one of two options here. They can redraft, or GUA can pick DoomZ's Civ. Or they can come with another option, whichever they decide. As long as they both agree on the solution, I don't care. And it looks like they did decide, so... Looks like it's going to be Abbasid versus... Bruce, I believe?
Abbasid versus Roos. Who's on Abbasid? Who's on Roos?
Oh, GUA is on Abbasid and DoomZ is on Roos, it looks like. And so we're just going to wait for them to start. They should be starting here in just a couple minutes. GUA is probably the only player that plays aggressive with H3. Depending on the matchup, I know Puppy can be aggressive with H3 sometimes, but yeah. What's up, Wham?
Wham Bam the man.
Alright, we're just waiting for them to start here, so just be a moment, everyone.
Looks like GUA just got in the lobby, so should be getting the settings updated, and then they'll be jumping on in. Looks like a lot of the bracket has been filling out.
Yeah,
I guess would be the words.
I would say, let's see. There's not as many DQs as I was expecting, to be honest.
Yeah, there's a few, but there's not that many, and a lot of the ones that are DQs, I feel like, are ones that are, how do you put it, maybe the one who wouldn't be favored anyways.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Just yeah, so I don't think the brackets are too. Luckily, the brackets aren't like messed up or anything. It's about what I'd expect.
And there we go, GUA in game. Can't quite observe yet, but should let us in a second.
Perfect. And then we'll have we'll most likely just go straight to and watch some qualifying rounds after this, I think.
Yeah, I figured as much. There'll definitely be some
Cause
good ones. I already
yeah,
saw some.
yeah, because there's already some good ones, you know, getting ready. Like Krakeny, well, Anatand or Krakeny's gonna have to wait a bit for Anatand, but we have some good matches coming up. right, here we go into game number 2. This will be a long day. I don't think it'll be that long. Guess it just depends.
I don't know. I thought he was being sarcastic. Maybe not.
I'm reading Core's mind right now. He was not being sarcastic. He was being serious. I can't believe it, Core. Hey, what's up, Baytoon? I mean, I anticipate my general time frame for the qualifiers is my guess was going to end after about 4 hours. Is my assumption. I did say Baytoon. I did not say Balltoon. I add the I there.
He's a bully.
I actually don't know what. I'm trying to think. Is it Balltoon or Baytoon? I swear he told me it was Baytoon, but maybe maybe someone else told me wrong.
I think it's an I, but it's meant to be an L.
If it's Balltoon, I'll call you Balltoon.
Speaking of, I think Baltoon got a nice old buy off the DQs. He's waiting on Core versus Edenolf potentially, but we are into this one now. Give it a little pause here.
Yep, always got to do the 5-second pause. Okay.
Nope, we're still getting it. I'm gonna do it again. Pause a little bit longer this time.
Yeah, I usually gotta do like 5-10 seconds, then it should be good.
Okay. And here we go. Oh,
Perfect. Yeah, that's normal. It always does that. Don't know why.
the catch up.
All right, so we have Roos versus Roos versus GUA. By the way, GUA is not a Civ, guys. I promise. Roos versus Abbasid. A matchup that can be kind of difficult for Abbasid depending on the map. Like on a map like this, if we look at it, I would say if I was Doom, my goal would be to deny the forward deers and that berry pack. Like if you actually look at the food spawn for GUA, this is not an ideal setup you'd want to see.
No, he really doesn't have that great food source that you'll see at times in this map. It's kind of that one berry bush all the way to the east, and it's pretty far off, I feel like.
Yeah, exactly. There's no like safe secondary food source. So this is going to be, I feel like this is going to be a tough matchup for GUA here. I don't know how Doom's Roos is, but depending how he plays it, I guess we'll find out. But I would definitely be very unhappy if I was in GUA's position.
Not doing the chop through the hunting cabins. What do you think about that build? Are you a favor of it, or do you just dislike doing it?
Someone clearly doesn't watch my stream.
No,
I can't believe it. No, I'm just kidding.
Obviously, no. You got to talk to the good old
it was a joke. Personally, I am a fan of it. I know some people are not a fan of it, but I don't think it's like a necessary thing. I think it just comes down to opinion. I know some like high-level players or top players don't like it, and then others do. So I think it just kind of depends on their opinion. It is a pain in the butt to do, and it does require a good amount of multitasking, because if you forget, then your villager has to walk all the way back to the town center before you can chop that next wood line. So depending on your skill level, multitasking and all that, it may just not be worth doing.
Yeah, same thing for like bounty. Your bounty could, falter because of it if you're focused too much on it. Speaking of, we do see Doomsy securing up an additional 2 wolves here with his scouts. So nice little bit of extra bounty pickup, and I'll switch over to his view real quick. He's at 145 before these 2 wolves, 170 after that wolf. So not the greatest.
Yeah, so he's got the tier 1 bounty at least. Obviously, you would prefer higher. And interestingly enough, he's pulling vills and already making a... Oh, no. Okay, he's just making the Kremlin there. I thought he was going to do some weird thing where he's going to build a hunting cabin and take that that food. And I was going to be like, that is the weirdest... I've never seen that before. But this makes more sense.
Seeing a little bit of micro battle here on the bottom side deer. Doomsy should be able to bring his additional scout and secure the rest if GUA isn't able to secure it before then.
Yeah, we do see GUA is going up with the economic wing, so he's I'm assuming going to go for the town centers, but you never know. GUA does like to do some feudal aggression with Abbasid before making a town center sometimes, but with the new Rus build with the Kremlin, he may realize there's no point in doing that because Gremlins will just take care of it.
And GUA was able to get the rest of those. Doomsy never brought his other scout over, and starting to run lower on the sheep under his town center, it looks like.
Yeah, so I just looked. GUA has 16 sheep he was able to secure. Honestly, that is the best thing for GUA because he's going to have a difficult time grabbing these food sources as we talked about earlier. So if there was one game you wanted to get more sheep than you should, this is the game if you're playing in GUA's position as Abbasid.
16 sheep against Rus, that's absolutely nuts to think about.
Yeah, and I think it's because from what I'm seeing, I believe Doom only went for 2 scouts, unless I'm mistaken. So he didn't make the 3rd scout a lot of Rus players do when they don't do the chop-in method. So he just missed out on quite a few sheep there, and that's, again, good news for GUA, bad news for Doomsy.
Definitely paid for it and just shows you why you should go for that 3rd scout.
Yeah, exactly, and we do see mining gold, so I'm expecting knights to be coming out. We do see that Doomsy is in feudal age, but we're not seeing anything yet. He's actually putting most of his villagers on food and gold, leaving only 5 on wood. I wonder if he's going to try a fast castle here.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I mean, like one knight into, pulls off the gold, as we say that, over to the wood. So maybe just got a certain amount of gold just for 3 knights or a knight and a couple upgrades, something of the sort. But only time will end up telling. GUA, though, as the Abbasid, you're pretty happy here. You're like, all right, you're just letting me go with a nice old 2nd TC economic wing build with no pressure at all.
Yeah, and he's got nice 10 villagers on stone.
It's going to be a 3rd TC.
Yeah, we do see the first knight coming out. No stone being gathered, so no 2nd TC coming from Doomsy. I wonder if he's recognized his position, where his game plan should be to deny these external food sources.
I mean, it could be, but as you were mentioning earlier, the amount of sheep he's gotten, it'll allow him to stabilize for quite some time without having to go for those other food sources for some bit of time, I feel like.
Yeah, that's true. I will say I don't like the 2nd hunting cabin that Doomsy did end up putting. I know why he did it for that passive gold, but I really think he should have just put it on the hunt because he has to walk quite a bit to get that, that extra food now.
I was thinking the exact same thing when he built it. I was just like, the first year it's kind of fine, and then the next ones it just sucks for. So GUA, though, finishing up his secondary TC right on top of that stone and right back on top of the stone. We'll only need like 1 drop off with those vills to have enough for the 3rd TC.
Yeah, he's going to have that 3rd TC here any moment. He even almost has the wood, so it's not going to be too much. Interestingly enough, if GUA scouted, what he could have done is he could have put his 3rd TC on between the berries and that gold patch on the right, is what I would do with that 3rd one. That way you can at least secure another food source. Because Doomsy's build, it feels like it's a little bit slow. He's only got he's got 2 knights out on the field, but he's not pushing with it. Oh, and just like I said, that's where GUA is putting his town center, right between the berries and the gold.
Yep, so 3rd town center is going down, has 11 vills on top of that, and he's on the stone again. So is he going for a 4th?
Whoa, there's no way, right? I mean, GUA just scouted. There's no 2nd town center coming from Rus. This would be very, 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 very greedy. I mean, if Doomsy does a proper attack here and he goes 4 TC, I think GUA should just die. I mean, 3 TC is even risky versus this, by the way. Although I do feel like Doomsy's build is a little slow. I feel like he doesn't have the units he should. I mean, he's only got 4 archers and 2 knights at 8 minutes into the game. I really feel like he should have more than that at this point.
Agreed. I think he's a little behind, but he just now took that board over to go start gathering from it with some villagers, only 4 or so over there, and is massing up, but does need to start getting aggressive as GUA is dropping the 4th TC to the right of that gold on top of what? a big stone outcropping.
Yeah, I really don't like this play from GUA. I feel like this is way too greedy. I mean, 3 TCs in this spot is greedy, and I don't know if it's actually a good idea. But going
Oh,
4,
DoomZ, decent scouting right here.
yeah, so he's going to scout the 3rd TC.
One Vil gets taken out. Doesn't see the 4th there until the last second when it's going to be finished up. But starting to move forward with his military. And I think at this point, I mean, the wood line is the thing. And the wood's going to be the least availability for GUA as well as the food.
Yeah, we do see units coming across. So, you know, he scouted the 4 TCs. He knows. And so he's starting to stream units across. I think the best course of action for him would be to blacksmith, research, siege engineering.
TC. He's going for a 5th TC.
Whoa, what? Is he just? I'm like now.
TC on the berries. On the deer, sorry, not the berries.
I feel like this is a troll. Like he's got to know this should never work.
He doesn't have any production buildings down. There's already knights and archers in his base. Like you were talking about the 4th one being greedy and the 3rd one being greedy. Now we're talking about the 5th one. Look at the amount of Vils running across the mid-map. What is he doing? It's a 5th. Oh my god.
I feel like he's taken a playbook from Snoopa, who did this actually as a challenge a couple seasons ago, where he did villager only with Abbasid. He actually beat GUA with the build once, and I almost wonder if this is what he's trying to mimic here. I'm not sure. Very interesting build, but I feel like he's just going to die. But I guess we're going to find out.
He did secure a huge additional food source with deer and berries with that 5th TC, but rams are going down on the eastern side, and again, GUA is yet to drop a production building.
Yeah, we don't have a single barracks, a single archer range, 1 military
Textiles.
to 26.
He's got textiles, so we're good.
I see no world in which GUA survives this, but I'm very interested in the game now. I'm like, okay, let's see. This is a bold choice. I mean, and he is gathering more stone, by the way.
He's going a 6 TC. I'm just wondering where it's going.
I mean, he does have the wood for it.
It's gonna be like what, on the original gold vein or something?
I will see a big mistake though, other than all those TCs, is there's no mill. So he's not getting the full value from these berries.
Oh, it got destroyed by the knight, or it looks like there's an outline of it.
It got canceled or removed. All right, here comes the first attack. Here comes a raid on his gold.
Yeah, perfect timing on either side. So GUA starting to lose some Vils on the gold. Actually, only loses 1 textile. So strong, but 2 of these CCs are being left out to dry. GUA, though, escaping with the Vils. So if he escapes with enough Vils, he's kind of fine with this. He needs to somehow stabilize with military, though. And one thing you can't forget about is the Abbasid. They only have 2 landmarks. If you kill the House of Wisdom, he can't age up.
Yeah, exactly. Although, to be fair, that House of Wisdom is, behind a couple town centers. I think he's trying to go castle, but he doesn't have gold income anymore. He just lost his town centers. He's lost 12 workers, still ahead by almost 30, or he's ahead by 24 Vils. Going to the gold mine all the way over here.
Military down, losing yet another TC. He is escaping to go get gold, but again, he can't speed up that age up, so he is going to be scrambling for the next minutes.
Yeah, and another interesting thing is, crap, I already forgot. Oh, there's no golden age. There's no golden age for GOA. He never got it.
Oh, just adding some fuel to the fire. Denied off of that gold yet again. No room inside of the main TC, inside of the secondary TC next to it. But DoomZ needs to make sure not to lose too much here. Needs to make sure to keep getting damage as the culture wing is being dropped, of course. Naturally, you'd go culture wing in this position.
Yeah, I agree. The interesting thing is he has 10 Kremlins that he can summon as well from his Kremlin, or militia from the Kremlin. He hasn't done that once. He has the wood for 2 more rams, and he's not producing more rams. Like, what Doomsday should be doing is have like 5+ rams and just ram everything down.
Yeah, kill everything. GUA has nothing to stop this right now. He's got 1 minute and 10 seconds until Castle Age stuff can start coming out, but he's still not dropping stuff. Oh, there it is. Double stables dropping by the gold vein that he snuck off to.
Yeah, and
that another TC has been dropped. And finally, Doomsy doing what you were wanting him to do. Another ram is going down. The problem for stables, though, is at least Doomsy will have a counter for that. The spears, they do enough, and he'll have his own knights of his. Yeah, they're not, you know, the Castle Age ones, but they do the job still.
yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is he's still ahead by 20 workers, which, you know, would be expected. And, I mean, I don't know how good knights are going to be. Well, let's see. How many spears does...
6.
He does only have 6 spears, but he's going to make
But he
more.
has the criminal. He has the militia, too, though. Just all he has to do is play defensively. Doomsy is floating a ton of gold. He just needs to be able to drop Castle Edge soon. And GUA, yes, he has the Vil lead, but I feel like more than half of those aren't working.
Yeah, the Vil lead doesn't matter here, right? We have no military at all. We have 3 stables with knights coming out. And... yeah, I mean, the only thing is... oh, I guess he doesn't have wood for more. It looks like he's going to go Castle Age himself. I really think all Doomsy has to do here is just commit to feudal, you know, add some more production, put more villagers on wood, and just... he can just kill GUA in feudal. He doesn't need to go castle here.
Yeah, I completely agree. GUA, 11 Vils running across the map for the opposite side berries, right where the Abbey of the Trinity is going down.
I do like what Doomsy's doing, by the way. He does have the food sources all secured, so like he knows if GUA tries to sneak him. The thing is, though, he doesn't know about that big gold that GUA is, and GUA has this market as well.
The knight gets surrounded by the villagers, will pull the shivs out, and it looks like the main TC is about to finally go down. Feel like this is like the last line of defense. GUA pulling tons of vills to go burn down those rams, and the TC, it just needs one more hit.
Yep, the main TC goes down, but again, this isn't the biggest deal at the moment. I mean, GUA still has a Vil lead. He still can produce villagers. We do see Castle Age out for Doomsy now.
Oh, and GUA builds an outpost next to those berries. Doomsy barely gets out in time. Still, though, this is tons and tons of vills being idled, and GUA only up 10. Numbers getting quite a bit closer, but Lancers coming to the fray, hopefully going to be able to do some damage and actually help GUA do something positive for himself.
I just want to say this is the weirdest Roost versus Abbasid game I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen a game like this. I don't even know what's happening anymore.
Everyone talks about how aggressive GUA always is, and he's like, you know what? I'll show him one. I'll drop 6 TCs.
Yeah, I mean, that Vil lead is going down, right? It's only a 10 villager lead. They are closer on the military side now, and Doomsy's going to scout that those berries are used, and he's going to get a few more Vil kills here.
Oh, a lot of low health Vils. Just so many have taken damage over time. There's been so many raiding throughout all this, and the Vil lead is only 5 now. And Doomsy should be able to start snagging down some of these relics.
Yeah, and I think you can kind of see this is where I think I don't know if it's the pressure, you know, the adrenaline or what. You can definitely see the inexperience, though, that Doomsy has in this type of situation, or at least in this format, because he still only has 2 archery ranges, 1 barracks and 1 stable. When he should be producing from like 4 archery ranges, 2 to 3 stables, and just continuous unit production.
Yeah, definitely needs just a little bit more production. Another outpost goes down on those backside berries that Doomsy was snagging. GUA just being annoying as possible, trying to stabilize this. Crossbows starting to run on out, and yes, relics are being picked up.
Yep, relics are starting to be picked up here.
Another town center being dropped by GUA. Who's surprised?
Yeah, and so, you know, the Vil lead is getting close again, right? But the military lead isn't a big lead for Doomsy anymore. And, I mean, you know, Normally I'd be like, GUA should be dead, but I think he's making a bit of a comeback here. And he's going to be on 3 TCs again. And Doomsy just doesn't have the units or the production to do what he needs to do to finish off GUA.
And GUA still just being pesky and annoying with these villagers on the backside.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? So he's doing a farm. Doomsy's doing a farm transition. Oh, look at those knights. Look at the Vil kills, by the way. Doomsy has killed 52 workers this game.
Yet finds himself down probably 15 to 20 here after these Lancer raids on the backside.
Yeah, and I think Doomsy just kind of, like I said, I think it's a mix of panic, maybe nervousness, adrenaline, whatever you want to call it. Just not having the production he needed, and now I think this game went from where Doomsy should have won the game to I think GUA's in a very, weird to say, but I think he's in a good position now.
I think he's in a really good position now. His main TC's almost finished being rebuilt. He's finally on the sheep that he's had at home. Still never decided to go on that throughout all of this game, which probably a little bit of an oversight there from him. But just Lancers are circling Doomsy's base and not going to allow him to grab any safe resources.
Yeah, and we're going to lose 4 more villagers here on the food source. Trying to chase down the knights. We're down to 37 workers for Doomsy, 58 for GUA. And I don't really at this point I'm not really sure what Doomsy can do to come back. He's down 23 workers. He's almost down on the military now. And he's down by 3 TCs, or 2 TCs, I should say.
Yeah, it's not looking good. He is making that farm transition, which, will help his food count a little bit. But look at how many Lancers are already out. Yes, Doomsy might have 10 crossbows, but the Lancer's going to use that mobility and just dive and kill Vil after Vil after Vil and just not allow Doomsy to ever pressure GUA's side, which, again, you said, fully stabilized 3 TC.
Yep, exactly. And we have the first Mangonel out as well. And we're so close. For the first time in this game, GUA is just about even with Doomsy. Just one more military unit, and he will be absolute even. Nope, now he's ahead. At 21 minutes into the game, GUA has taken the military lead for a second.
Yeah, and one of the things that you can tell Doomsy hasn't played Roos in a while is the militia never really being utilized.
Yeah, he has 18 available at the moment. That's a lot of militia.
That's a ton of I feel like you could go, well, not the House of Wisdom. It has a little too much health, but you could just go kill a full TC with this easily.
Oh yeah, for sure. And we do see a proxy blacksmith on the left-hand side of the map. Rams coming out. GUA just going for the kill. Slowly but surely.
That outpost still just causing annoyance. Just Doomsy never sending military over there, just only sending villagers, and is really paying for this. Trying to find some damage, and finally spots out GUA's proxy base and the gold mine that he's been utilizing this whole time.
Yeah, which at this point doesn't matter, right? I mean, he could get every single one of these villagers. GUA is still going to have over a 20 villager lead, and he has 2 gold mines at home. So it's not like this is his desperate gold mine anymore.
Nope, he's just kind of Doomsy is just beating himself over the head after seeing that though. And it's like that's where he's been getting it this whole time. Mangonel comes up to the front, and GUA archers to snipe out the crossbows with the Mangonel as well, and then has that huge, massive Lancer front line.
We see a 4th TC coming down from GUA, resecuring that food source that he lost earlier.
Yeah, why not? He's built what, 10 TCs this game now?
At least. At least. Well, let's look at blacksmith upgrades. Neither player really has many blacksmith upgrades. Actually, GUA has none, and Doomsy has feudal
Ranged
ones.
armor, yeah, ranged armor and damage, and that's it.
More Rams coming out, just kind of doing their work on the left-hand side. GUA starting to push on the front.
Not looking good for Doomsy at all. Those Rams about to start taking down that vital gold source of the Abbey, and you can see how many gold villagers Doomsy has right there. 33 gold villagers, and I'm not really sure what he's using this for.
Yeah, I'm not sure, and we also see that his food income is only 300 food per minute. He can't even afford to pay for 20 militia if he wanted to. If he could take out this whole army, but unfortunately he doesn't have the food for it.
No, Rams on top of the Abbey, and the villagers still just mining away on that gold vein, getting pulled over to burn down those Rams, and a third Ram coming up to help. And finally, Doomsy decides to pull his military over here, but I think this is just a little too late.
Yeah, I just don't think this really matters at this point. I mean, he's down by 40 workers, 42 workers now. That's a bad gold mining camp. A little bit closer and it would have been there, but just not much he can do here, I feel like, at this point. He's just too behind economically. GUA is just slowly making units. And
Doomsy takes the next gold vein, and I'm still so confused. He's trying to, like, save this for the next game, I think.
yeah, I'm not really sure what he's doing with the gold. Does he have a market? Nope, no market.
Doesn't have the golden gate.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what his plan is with all this gold. I mean, he's got the berry bushes he could take, but he's not taking those either. Oh, wait. Transferring some villagers for that now.
Alright, but a huge amount of Lancers circling back behind his base. About to just idle his TC for a little bit, burn down a farm maybe.
That farm. Goodbye, farm.
Yeah, that farm's really gonna do some damage.
GUA starting his farm transition as well.
We say that, but that's like, I feel like a 10% of his food economy was that farm.
I mean, you're not wrong. Actually, I think it was more than that, right? How many farms?
Yeah.
So he had 8
farms
farms.
now.
Yeah, now he's regained the berries.
Oh my gosh, look at this TC by GUA all the way in the southern side.
Oh, and look who's going towards it. Doomsy might add 13 more villagers to his kill count. And then we have archers on the top left. And that is 13. Oh, wait. He's... Okay.
Oh, come on.
Nah, it's not going to finish. Oh, wait. Okay.
Oh my god.
74 workers killed throughout this entire game. Here comes the frontal assault by GUA. Another town center being built by the Sacred Site.
And then a western assault with the archers as well, which is the whole entire villager mass on those berries. This is about to be an absolute slaughter.
Yeah, we're seeing the siege workshop starting to go down here. 22 Kremlins available, or 22 groups available.
Militia have been called. He called at least one of them. I don't think he has the food. I think he can call 10 more.
Oh, he called 12. Where are they? Where are the Kremlins? He summoned 12, but I don't see them. I see 2.
All I see, I don't.
Did it bug out?
I didn't see the 12.
Because it says he only has. Oh wait, no, yeah. Oh, I think I clicked on the wrong thing. Yeah, he still has 23 left.
Archer's still getting a good amount of damage over there on that western side. Doomsy, just look at the bars at the top, and those are just the bar. The red bar is just going to continually get smaller and smaller on both accounts, most likely.
Yep, and GUA can just about go Imperial if he wants to.
Villagers being pulled, circled around by Doomsy away from those Lancers. Still has a good amount of military. GUA has that farm transition, so should be able to mass up a ton of military himself. The good thing going for him is obviously the eco, but also having the siege superiority, which he's going to have the whole entire game being the Abbas, even against the Rus, just because of the economy.
Yeah, exactly. And I think GUA is about to go Imperial is my assumption. He is floating a bunch of resources, but he's not really producing too many units at the moment. He's just producing knights, really. He doesn't really have any more infrastructure, no more barracks, archery ranges. So I'm expecting Imperial Age.
Yeah, he's got 20 Lancers. I'm not. Oh, there's the other group up by his. Wow, another TC. Who's surprised?
Wait, where's the other TC? I don't see it.
By the Sacred Side in the north.
Oh yeah, I already talked about that one.
Oh yeah. No. Okay. Yeah. So then the other one got denied. So how is that? 12 now? 13, 14, 15 TCs he's gotten?
Yeah, something like that. So, okay, I thought Gio was going to go Imperial. He has the resources for it, but he's just kind of not going Imperial. I'm not sure if he's going to try to do like a Vilpol or something. Maybe that's his plan.
That would be something fun to see. One ram randomly goes to try to hit that proxy base, and immediately there's enough Vils here to burn down rams. That's one real good thing.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what GUA's plan is at this point. I mean, I think I think we can safely say that Doomsy is pretty dead. I think I know what GUA's doing. He's trying to max out with villagers and everything, and I think he's just going to attack. That's what I'm predicting.
More farms over here in the west, and Doomsy going for a little raid over here. Might get a little bit of damage, but GUA is probably just going to say, hey, yeah, go ahead, take it.
Yeah, I mean, he is ahead by almost 100 villagers at this point.
There's a huge, you know, if that huge versus death ball would be able to stay alive, it would be worrisome. But I think a couple mangonel shots and a couple of these Lancer charges, and it's going to say goodnight to Doomsy.
Yeah, and here GUA is moving across now. Looks like just Lancers, a couple mangonels, and that's about it. Yeah, just kind of waiting to see if GUA can close the game out at this point. He's trying to raid with a few Lancers in the base. Springhold's coming out for Doomsy.
Burning down the Kremlin. He's just slowly going for like landmark snipes, I feel like. He tried to hit the Abbey down, which has been rebuilt to half, and then Kremlin trying to be burnt down, and next will be Town Center.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the Vilpol. I'm just, at least that's what I'm expecting at this point. I mean, GUA is almost maxed out.
Lancers diving on in. He has more than he's got 25 Lancers in queue.
How many stables does he have? I wonder. He's got 3. He only has 6 stables. He can definitely be pumping out more stables if he wants to only pump out Lancers.
If he's got 29 in queue, I would sure hope he had more than 6. I think this is the point where Doomsy finally realizes, like, all right, I don't have enough to keep pumping anything out. Like, that first trade kind of felt decent. He was like, oh, yeah, that went pretty well. And then it's going to be like, and here come GUA's reinforcements, though.
Yeah, exactly. I think I mean, he probably knows he's dead at this point. He's just fighting on, but I don't see him surviving much longer. How many TCs is he on right now? He's on 1, 2, 5, 6. He's on 6 TCs at the moment. But he's built like 15 this game. And I don't even think I'm exaggerating. Is GUA trolling? I mean, I kind of feel like he is a little bit, but...
I feel like he is. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's no way he's not trolling.
But yeah, at this point, Doomsy's definitely dead. I think we can safely say Doomsy is dead. He's at 6 military. He's behind by almost 100 villagers. And now we just see Lancers coming in to burn down the last remaining landmarks.
We even see some camel archers coming out. GUA just clicking all the buttons. And finally, finally GG gets called. Exciting game, though, I will say. That was not what we were expecting.
That was the weirdest Abbasid versus Roos game I've ever seen in my life. that's the that's the best way I can put that. I never thought I'd see an Abbasid versus Roos game play out like that.
I was just constantly being shocked over and over and over again.
Yeah, definitely a game that I think GUA should have lost. But I think Doomsy just probably just not enough experience with that situation. Just needed to honestly just pump out more Rams, stick to Feudal Age, Archer, Spear, and just a few more production buildings. I think GA would have ended up dying there. Definitely a fun game to watch. Very, very odd one, but GUA moves on to, I believe, the qualifying round. Let's look at the bracket.
I think you are right. Let's see.
I'm in charge of the group now.
Uh-oh. That's a good point. Yeah, I'll accept your invitational.
But first, let's look at let's see who our next match is. So we've got... Okay, we have a few qualifying matches going up, which are best of fives. Marine Lord to the I'm actually really surprised about this. Marine Lord did qualify, so he did beat out the Rapple.
That's a surprise.
Our first qualified player in the tournament.
Did Rapple even show up?
I think Marine Lord said something happened and Rapple had to leave after a game or something.
Okay.
So we have, for qualifying matches, we have a couple ones we can watch here. Zerton versus Don Artie. We have Vortex versus Sass. And then those are about the only ones. Currently, Wham is waiting for the first series to go through before he can play his game. Core is just starting his game, so it's a little bit for him. And then B is waiting for the winner of Choom versus Vertex.
Anatan's about to start his game against Uten Owns. So yeah, I think Zerton Don Artie is the one that, in my eyes, makes the most sense.
Sorry, just checking something on the bracket. All right. Sorry, I just got pinged for something, so just reading it real quick. All right. Okay. I guess there was nothing there. All right, so I think we're probably going to watch Zerton versus Don Artie. I think that sounds probably... I think that's what most people are going to want, so let me invite you here. Where are you? I have Don. Where are you? There you are. So we're going to go into Don Artie versus Zerton. Here, for your prediction, I will put it in chat for you guys. I'll even give you guys like 10 minutes.
Wow.
Nah, we'll give him 5. Now we'll give him 10. We'll give him 10. Okay, so you accepted my group invite. Looks like, let me just check to make sure. All right, and so we're going into game number 1. Don Artie versus Zerton. Let us see what we're... There. What are the required mods? Just the maps, which all start with CC. So it should be CC space dash map name. By the way, before we officially start this first game, I want to thank everyone who's followed, subbed, and obviously supporting the tournament. Hope you guys are enjoying it so far. With that out of the way, let us go into game number 1 between Zerton and Don Artie. It looks like French versus Roos on Dry Arabia.
Yeah. And here we go. What do you think about the good old French Roos matchup? I know. I feel like most people would say it is. I mean, I would have said French favored in the old days, but now with the Kremlins, it's a little different.
I definitely don't think this is a necessarily bad matchup for French until the game gets later and later. Like if it gets to a late game scenario, I think this is very Roos favored. In Castle Age, it's probably starting to switch to Roos favored. Not 100% sure on that though. I definitely don't feel like French is at a super disadvantage in this matchup, at least not in the Feudal and Castle Age. I would say if it gets into Imperial Age, I feel like French should almost never win this matchup.
But we'll see what Don Artie has to say here after a good little chat of a day over there in the Outback Octagon.
Don Artie and Zerton being naughty boys. They chose the normal Arabia, which has the trade posts. That is a naughty, naughty, naughty. Now, if they don't trade, I don't care. But if they do trade, they're going to get a little spanking.
Big DQ.
And I know where they are in Discord. But let's just
on to other things.
On to other things here. So we just kind of see very generic opening, nothing too out of the ordinary. Actually, unless I'm mistaken, it looks like Zerton only made 2 scouts. He did not do the 3rd scout either, deciding to just stick to 2.
Yeah, I think that is right. He's got 1 circling behind Don's base and 1 right by his base, just dropping off those sheep.
Yeah, and we see. I actually like the build that Don's doing. By the way, I remember I stole this from someone a while back. I think this might have been back in Golden League 1 potentially, where you get a really fast Feudal Age, and then you can just go for almost anything afterwards. I can't remember what player did it first, but I really liked it.
I see Lucifron do this a lot, I think.
Yeah, I think he does that now, but that's not who I got it from. It was a long time ago. It's a really nice build. I really liked it against Abbasid back in that time because you could get them off stone and force a barracks and spearmen a lot quicker.
Yep. And the Kremlin is going down on top of the front side, right where the gold is. And I'll check in on the bounty to see how much Zerton has for you. Ooh, it is a measly 95.
Wow, that is really bad. And I had a feeling it was pretty bad because he did start researching Wheelbarrow and then he canceled it. So I suspected it wasn't going to be super good, but not even getting 150, that's definitely doesn't feel good.
As we say that, though, he is picking up 2 wolves right now, though. So at least up to 145, but we'll want to at least find another wolf or something or another. And, it finds another wolf.
Don't worry, Marine Lord's seen worse. Might have seen 80 bounty, I believe it was.
Oof.
All right, so we do see the age up coming through. We're at almost aged up by dawn. He'll probably be aged up here. He didn't do the 6 villager pull. Usually when I see this type of build, they build with 6 villagers and they're done by about 354 minutes.
No, instead he's heavy onto the wood, going over to the stone. So it's going to be that knight into a 2nd TC.
Which I think is a great thing to do. I think going 2 TC in this matchup as French is really good. I don't think this is a matchup where 2 TC is bad, at least.
And look at the scouting by Zerton. Sees Don as he's building the mining camp on the stone. So we'll be able to react accordingly and as he sees fit, which... You can already see the difference in the game beforehand with Doom on the Roos and what Zerton is choosing to do with his militia and actually utilizing them.
Yeah, we do see a couple of militia running across the map, beelining it to deny that stone. They're like, nope, no stone for you. We do see the first knight just about to pop out here. And we do see a stable and a barracks for Zerton here. It actually doesn't look like Zerton is planning on going 2 TC at the moment. No villagers on stone yet, and ooh, he might get a vill kill here.
Oh, the gremlins, they're so strong. And this is where you just die. You don't care, they're gremlins. They're gonna die anyways, and he gets the kill.
Definitely worth it. Like, that's what you want to do, right? You get a villager for 2 gremlins, very, very worth it. You're very happy with that trade this early, especially this early in the game.
And not only is it a vill, it's, what was that, 7 vills were idle time for 30 seconds or so, too.
Yeah, and of course the idle villager time. So it's like a vill kill plus idle time, delaying the second TC is wondrous. But it looks to me like Zerton is... Let's take a look here. I think Zerton is just planning on being super aggressive. I do not think he's going for a fast castle, and he's definitely not going for a second TC despite having almost 400 wood in the bank right now.
Yeah, you can see spears starting to raid this stone, so Don has to pull back off the stone after seeing those spears. We'll need to get some archers out to defend up this location, and by that time, he might just be forced into a little bit more of an extended feudal fight than what he was expecting. And look at where Zerton's doing. Now he's just now taking the stone.
I'm wondering if he forgot and he realized, wait, I have the wood, but I don't have the stone. Because it just seems like a weird transition from pulling villagers from food to stone. I don't know. It just feels kind of odd to me. But either way, it does look like he is going to go that second TC.
Definitely seems odd. And archers, knights versus spear and knights makes it a little bit harder for that side of the archers until they really get enough to start one-shotting those spears.
Yeah, exactly. The early portion of Knight Archer versus Spear Archer will always favor Spear Archer until you get a critical mass. And
Don has gotten enough stone and not quite enough wood due to that archer production, but secondary TC will be on its way soon. Prioritizing a barracks first as well, though.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Don was a little confused. He's seeing all these units from Roos. Like, seeing the militia isn't unusual, but seeing, like, knights, spears, and no villagers on stone, I would be very confused if I was Don, thinking that this is a feudal-heavy game without a second TC. But we do see that Zerton almost had the stone and realized he needs 12 more before he can place that second TC.
There it is. Enough stone for Zerton and more than enough wood as well. Being the Roos and having that Kremlin right off the bat really elevates your wood production.
Yeah, and Don can just about put down his second TC. We do see the spears and Kremlins and a knight pushing him right now. But he should be able to place that second TC here any moment now. He does have the wood and the stone, so there's no reason not to plop it down. I'm assuming he wants those forward hunts.
And that's exactly what he is wanting, moving out with his military and moving out with a significant amount of villagers over onto that hunt.
Yep, and we see Zerton taking the boar. I'm assuming that's where he's going to place his second TC. There it is. And second TC is placed for Dawn, which is actually a little bit ahead of Zerton's, despite Zerton having the resources earlier.
Yeah, very similar timings. That was obviously walking time and a lot of pressure by Zerton that delayed Don's. So really cool the way that these builds played out, and we're pretty even overall still. Don 1-1-1 though. Zerton over there on the opposite side has double stables, double barracks, so he is going a little bit heavier into that knight spear build.
Yeah, exactly. And we see walls coming up for Zerton as well, so it looks like he just doesn't want to deal with raids, and it does secure his berry patch over there as well, so that's kind of nice.
He's securing the market for his trade.
Hell, he better not be.
Oh.
Picking the wrong Arabia. Naughty boys.
Yes. And those knights and spears are moving up towards where that boar is, but unfortunately Don, he's going to spot out that secondary TC now.
Yep, so he's now going to know for sure. And he might have suspected as well, right? You know, he did see no more continuous units from Zerton. He's not fast castle. Logical conclusion being he's going second TC.
Yep. Knights able to do a little bit of extra damage on those spears as they are forced to run away. If they take that fight, they're just going to get sniped out by those archers.
Yeah, and military-wise, Don already is ahead by double the military at the moment, so that's kind of nice. He can definitely use that to zone out, like, potentially this forward food source, if I can speak English here. And probably can't deny the gold because of the Kremlin, but still, you could, put on some pressure there.
Wooden Fortress being dropped next to that boar as well, helping out with that vision, helping out with that stealth force and annoyance.
Yeah, and definitely the wall is about finished up for Zerton there, so he's good. Looks like neither player is focused on going castle as of yet. They're both producing units. We do see the 111 by Dawn. Hasn't added another archery range or anything, and then on the other side, we do see that Zerton is starting to add in some more military buildings.
Yeah, finally starting to get some ranged units himself, and will be able to really skyrocket that amount of ranged units up as he is already dropping a secondary archery range. So really getting the production buildings down on the side of the Rus.
Yeah, and we can also see on the right-hand side of the map, we see Dawn is walling his Borzen. Okay, sorry. One
Boar
second
hunt and
here.
gold, I guess. No worries. Don's walling in the good old boar hunt and gold. Really, you know, odd choice, I would say. But as the French, that is your vital resources. That is exactly what you want. That is exactly what you need.
And 2 Vil
Raid.
kills.
Yeah, a little bit of a raid came back on the bottom side of Don's gold and able to pick up a few of that, even though Don still has that elevated Vil production, and that is what his lead is having.
Yeah, and we do see, again, neither player's saving up for castle yet. Although I want to state, Don has been practicing his late game. I played some fun games against him a few earlier this week, so he isn't necessarily going to just stick to a feudal all-in. I would not be surprised if he does decide to add in castle soon when he feels the timing is right.
Circling back around, Scout spots out Don's main army, and so will not be able to get any more damage down on that second TC like he was wanting to. Boar 600 food left on it.
Okay, yep, I see that as well. I mean, military-wise, Don Arty's army is looking pretty scary. I mean, because if you look at Zerton's, he only has, you know, a handful of archers and spears, and Don Arty just has more of pretty much, actually, he has more of everything at the moment. But, of course, not enough to fight under a town center and a wooden fortress. Doesn't have any rams. As far as I know, he hasn't even upgraded. Oh, he has upgraded siege engineering. So Don is planning on doing some ramming, it looks like.
I remember the day and age when Don refused to build rams.
I think every high-level player, I think, has gone through that where they're like, I'm never building rams again. And yet, here we are.
Oh, spots out some of these Vils on the deer. Looks like not a quick enough reaction. Zerton having to run away towards his Kremlin. And a little bit of a decent pick there by Don Arty, starting to fall back.
I will say, actually, Zerton did, judging by what Don saw, I think, or Zerton saw, he reacted in a really good time frame there. He only lost 2 villagers. I thought he was going to lose more, to be honest.
Yeah, I definitely would have thought so as well. Knight ended up going down, so at least didn't get out of that fight unscathed over there, Don. And still pumping out those Knight numbers, and we're about to see that Knight number get to double digits here.
Oh, look at this at the right. Don's trying to go for this deer pack, and there are 2 knights that got in before the wall finished. This could be really painful, but he does notice it immediately and is reacting. Good on Don.
Oh, Vil goes down, Knight goes down. Quick wall should finish and be able to wall out the Knights.
Not going to burn that one down, although still lost 2 knights, or 1 knight, got 1 away. And, you know, they're pretty even in military. Zerton moving across the map. We do see 9 Kremlins available, or militia available, so just whenever he wants to call those out, he can. And, I mean, military-wise, they're pretty... He has a slight lead, Zerton does, but I don't think it's enough to, like, push a town center or anything. Although Don's army is way out of position here.
Super out of position. Woodline is about to get focused on, and this is going to be a lot of idle time for Don's villagers. Ooh, Scout hasn't circled around, hadn't quite spotted out that Vil mass yet. Don slowly circling back, but there it is. Woodline villagers having to fall back.
Yeah, but Don's reacting really quickly, so he's not letting himself be caught off guard. He's made, those didn't kill as many as you would think. He still maintains a Vil lead, pushing that army back. His army's kind of gathering together, and and Zerton is forced to kind of go back to fight another day.
Yep.
Ooh, those spearmen getting some nice hits on those knights, though.
And there is still that huge massive spearmen. Knights is not the fight that they want to take. Don't want to jump on top of those spearmen whatsoever. But this is the main clash. This is the battle we were all expecting. Archer numbers in the backside, still looking heavy on the both sides. But it's all about that front line. And Don is still the one who comes out ahead.
Yeah, that fight went really well for him. I'm really surprised Zerton didn't use any of the militia. I was expecting, 20 militia to come in, and I think that fight would have gone his way if he'd done that. But now Don's forced back. I mean, they're both so even in military, it's very difficult for either of them to push just because of defender's advantage.
Yeah, more walls coming down for Zerton, and Don's still safely gathering those resources behind the walls on the eastern side. Now moving on over to the gold, it looks like in the east there too.
Yeah, and we see Zerton. He's going to try to raid over there, but again, these walls are going to give Don more than enough time to react. And 3 knights can't burn down a wall fast enough compared to villager repair. So worst case scenario, that's what Don will do here. And here come the 3 knights, realizing there's a wall there, and actually just kind of run away.
Yep. Looks like Zerton trying to move out, take more map control, extend his walls out, and take himself more and more of that map instead of being just out on his little like corner or half. And wow, as we're talking about that, he just takes kind of half the map.
Yeah, he's trying to wall half the map. Don's also starting to do some walls. Want to prevent those raids, sneak attacks. It's a smart thing to do, right? You don't want an army or a group of archers to sneak by and then kill 10 of your 16 berry villagers. Oh, and Don's actually taking the forward gold, building an outpost in there. It's kind of interesting. If you look, he's gathering 1 villager gold on the right, his, the 11 in his base, and then he's about to have 4 in the front gold mine. He's really spreading out his villas on the gold mine, which is kind of interesting. You don't really see that very often.
Yeah, it seems like an odd choice, but it's smart if you can get it set up, just because if there's raids, you're not idled fully off of a resource that you could, need desperately.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so if he does get denied off this front gold or his main gold, he'll still have 6 villagers on gold instead of 0. So definitely I definitely don't mind that choice. Just one you definitely don't see people tickets. Do. Ooh.
13 tickets still in the bank for Zerton. He hadn't really used it other than those first couple ones that really were great. And both players walking hand in hand with Castle Age being dropped.
Yep. Where is Don's Castle Age? I know it's the Royal Institute, but that's the weirdest position. But he's getting ready to do keeps, and so this is kind of a new thing I've seen that Don likes to do, at least over the past week or so, is he does start utilizing keeps now. He's a keep dropper. He will drop keeps on you, and he has no problems taking 20 villagers, running them forward, and dropping a keep, which is a very strong play.
Yeah, I think it's almost like because he doesn't want the game to extend. He's like, it's all or nothing. It's time to end it. Keep drop.
Yeah, and they both hit it at the exact moment, which I find kind of funny. They both just had the same plan. And now those militia did get those upgrades, right? So they're now stronger than they were in the feudal age. They are not. They'll trade more efficiently.
And the walls have basically been finished up all the way, or they have been finished up all the way around for Zerton. So he's feeling really comfortable in his base now. And he has a pretty big military mass that isn't something to be joked around about.
Yeah, he actually has 20 more military, though. Did he call Kremlin? Nope, he did not call militia, so he just has 20 more natural military units. And so if he was to call the militia, he could dominate this army really, really hard, I think. But looks like he's just going to pull back, let that wall go down, which is a fine decision. And then Don is just, he's got 17 villagers on stone. He actually got, well, okay, I wasn't expecting that. Instead of royal bloodlines, he actually went for the candled saddles first.
Royal bloodline's really expensive, so sometimes I'll see where they won't have enough for it, but it's such a long upgrade. It takes a minute and a half for royal bloodline, so you really want to get it started as soon as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Because that boost, I mean, it's strong. Castle Age Royal Bloodline Knights are very, very tanky. And there we go. Just now starting the upgrade.
Yep. Minute and a half from now, we will see those knights have that 310 health. Takes down another scout here, and you know, this is one of those games that it's starting to extend a little further out and get into that later castle age, or I guess we're getting to the early castle age, but the walls make it seem like it's going to get to that late game.
Yeah, so I'm very curious where Don's going to drop his first keep. He does have the stone. He does kind of look like he's going to drop in his base. Oh, and there we go. Right in his base it goes. So he is going to do it. He's not going to rush it forward. He's just going to play it safe and put it around his production.
Yeah, doing the smart French thing, making the logical decision.
Yeah, and you can see they're both just starting to spam outposts everywhere. You know, trying to get that vision everywhere so that, you know, they don't get caught off guard by anything. Very good decision.
And Don's slowly the one trying to be the aggressor. They're slowly moving further and further forward, burning down some walls, and Zerton just still not quite taking the fight, although he does have the numbers from what we can see. And ooh, Don bleeding a good amount of units right there, having to fall back away.
Yeah, Don doesn't want to take this fight yet. His Royal Bloodlines is almost complete. He's, you know, he is down by 30 military. He just needs to go back a little bit, you know, get his units, and he'll be fine. We do see a farm transition coming out for Zerton, but and for Don as well. So they're both preparing for that. Although, oh, never mind. And Don actually has both his Castle Age blacksmith upgrades, whereas Zerton does not. He's just now got one of them.
And looks like fight has been taken. Huge fight back and forth, but there's just so many archers, so many ranged units here from Zerton. We were talking about how he had the numbers very, very favorably, and he absolutely shatters Don Artie's army, who also had to pull back some knights to deal with a raid on his gold.
Yeah, definitely not the best fight by Don there. There was just a lot of spearmen, and there's a good amount of crossbows. There's 15 crossbows. I think there was more mixed in, so those knights just kind of melted. And now Don is behind, you know, Zerton has double the military. And it's going to be a very hard hold for Don here.
Yeah, I don't care if you got those Royal Bloodline Knights, and I think he knows that he was just kind of trying to dive in and out, but losing those Knights is so detrimental as he does not have a very healthy number anymore.
Yeah, exactly. He's got 9 Knights. 8 archers, and then 9 arbs against, you know, 23 crossbowmen, 35 archers, 21 spears. And yeah, this just isn't looking very good for Don Artie at the moment.
Yeah, relics have been secured by Zerton as well. Full farm transition has been in effect, so we're really seeing Roos being in that kind of stronger positioning now. When you said it, you were like, yeah, it gets to a point where, you know, French is in a fine positioning, except in Imperial and kind of later Castle Age is where we're getting to, and it's starting to look a little troublesome for Don.
Yeah, exactly, and Don has dropped only 1 keep so far, so I'm a little surprised. I was kind of expecting him to keep spam, but it looks like he's just going to drop the 1. Not even close to having enough stone for the second one as of yet. And then here we go. Oh, and now there's a Mangonel in the mix, and there's nothing that Don can do to take care of that. As long as, you know, this Mangonel isn't left alone, it's going to be more than enough to deal with Don's army.
25 crossbows, 26 spears, 35 archers. He's got a little bit of something for everything, and Don, he just doesn't really have any of the numbers.
Yeah, and he made a Mangonel himself, so he can start spamming out some, I forgot what it's called, actually. The Springald whenever he needs to.
Mangonel is something that could get him back in that fight, as it is all infantry units for Roos over there. Doesn't have a good amount of knights anymore, doesn't have that knight number to be able to, you know, circle around and dive the Mangonel, so it will be Springalds out for either of these players, I'm sure, in queue, as we already see one coming out for Don, and there's a Mangonel in Zerton's Siege Workshop, but he's at max pop.
Yeah, and Zerton's just about to go Imperial, and he's doing a really good job securing the map. He's walling off sections. He has a keep to secure Sacred Site plus gold and stone. I don't, and if you just look at Don Artie, he's almost maxed, but he's not even close to Imperial, and here comes the Imperial Age for War Zerton. And the Sacred Sites are counting down as well. So definitely not a good spot for Don. I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of, does one final battle, but I don't think I think even he knows he's going to be in a really bad spot once that Imperial Age hits in.
Yeah, we're seeing layers and layers of walls just securing up those sacred sites, like you said, that are counting down. It's 8.5 minutes left in the high armory, halfway there. More upgrades coming through, and Don still doesn't have the numbers yet, and soon will be even further behind of a tech advantage.
Yep, exactly, and that Imperial Age is almost done. Don's moving across the map. But Zerton's just going to be patient. He does not have to rush this. And once he gets his, he's going to make Springolds himself, I assume, have that extra range, and then Don's Springolds will die before they even land a shot.
Yep, Mangonels as well, and the Mangonels is really what's going to do the main damage in these fights that are so heavily, grouped with how many units that they have.
Yep, and all right, here we go for Don. He's going to try his best. He's going to break through this wall. Zerton has, Imperial upgrades coming in, so he's going to try to wait for those, but he might take the fight early anyway. He does have a food bank, a bit of a wood bank, and so he can just reproduce units really quickly.
Yep, getting that extra ranged armor, getting the elite upgrades on his spears, those were his first priorities, which, I definitely understand it with how many ranged units Don Artie has on the other side. And next Mangonel pops out. Sounded like Zerton just deleted a couple vills maybe to hold this this push coming from Don. And there's
39 villagers. 39 villagers with this. That keep's gonna go up real quick.
And he's gonna have enough for another keep after this.
Yep. Oh,
Mangonel.
Oh, almost kills, but not quite.
Oh, well, that one got some.
Yep, some villagers going down there. Don trying his best to push. I'm anticipating a second. Oh, no, he does not have enough for a second keep. Remember, his keeps are 800. Or 800 stone.
Yeah, he's got 500 stone per minute. I thought he was going to have enough by this point, but maybe that was just trickle over from the vills beforehand.
Yeah, I don't think he's on stone anywhere.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's starting to drop, so...
And here we go. Upgraded Springolds with roller shutter triggers for Zerton. So he's going to be able to snipe the enemy Springolds without taking any damage at all. It's not even going to be close.
Yep. You can already see the Mangonels getting shot from a screen over.
And as you can see, Don's Springolds not even able to take a shot really, and then they're just taken out.
Yeah, and I think Don's at the point where villagers stop moving, armory's starting to fall back. I'm not sure how much longer he's going to have left in this game. Don't think he's got too much left in it unless he can really start to find himself some damage.
Yeah, and the Sacred Sites are still ticking. Only 5 minutes left. Not that I don't think that's going to matter in this game, but he's not devoting any resources to taking the Sacred Sites, so... And Zerton still has 24 groups of militia that he can call at any time as well.
Who needs militia when you have mass rams?
Now, they don't have the lightweight beams yet.
Oh, no. I thought they would. When I started to see them coming out, I expected it.
Yeah, so they're still... definitely... They're not the Omega Rams yet, so the Rams will be taken care of. Don's trying to push with the Trebuchet. He is actually, surprisingly enough, Don is ahead in military. He has over double what Zerton has. Zerton's food bank is gone. So while this was looking really good for him, it's actually starting to look kind of bad now.
Yeah, it really is. He's starting to drop a keep, trying to stabilize this up. And, you know, trying to do whatever he can, but Don, he's kind of putting the clamps on him.
Yeah, so this is kind of a yeah, a couple keeps coming down. I mean, yeah, just trying to think here. I mean, the thing is, like I said, there's still 4 minutes on that sacred site timer, and Dawn cannot take one. I mean, there's keeps on both the sacred sites, plus walls on the left-hand side, but then again, here comes a raid on the top as well by Dawn.
Yeah, good little horseman find, and militia finally get called, it looks like.
We do see Streltsy starting to come out. We're at 15, or Zerton's at 15 at the moment. So once he gets those, you know, a good number of those, he should be fine. He still does not have the lightweight beams and is making trebuchets instead.
He doesn't have any wood, really. It looks like a lot of his wood got denied by Don's 2 keeps, and that backside raid was raiding the other wood lines, and Zerton really doesn't have any wood.
Oh, and look at Don. He's losing a lot of villagers over on the right-hand side. He has 45 villagers.
Oh.
Building a keep, but he's going to lose a majority of them. Oh, so is 36.
Still losing them.
There's a lot of mangonels, though, and there's still a bunch of springalds, and that's the thing. Don has no way to deal with the mangonels or the springalds, and so he's going to have to pull back here. And that army lead is starting to drop already.
And all this time, those villagers were surrounding that keep, just taking keep fire that whole entire time. So down to 27 from the whatever 40 something you said.
It was like 47 or something. He lost quite a few. While it was looking a little sketchy for Zerton for a moment, he has restabilized, regained the military lead, has a mass siege army, a bunch of Streltsy. He's going to have more. He's going to be able to hold this off now. He's going to be able to push this back.
Yep, takes down the rest of the siege that Don had. Mangonels moving up. The secondary keep that Don built next to the first one has been taken down, and the 4 trebuchets would have focused the next, but Don gives on up and wants to go ahead and move on to the next game.
Yep, that is game number 1 going over to Zerton. For those who are not aware, this is the qualifying match, so whoever wins this series, which is a best of 5, will move on to next weekend to the round of 32. And yeah, kind of an interesting game. Definitely felt like Dawn just kind of fell really far behind at some point in the Castle Age, military eco-wise, and it just kind of went towards Zerton's way.
Yep. Good little game number 1 going down, and should be an exciting series that we have in store.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely, it looked good for both of them at certain points. But as I've said before, I do think this is a pretty Roos favored matchup if it hits late game, and that's what ended up happening. And that late game is just, that's where I think Roos dominates French in the late game. At least that's my opinion. All right, let's see here. You're in my group, right?
Yep.
All right, we're going to go into game number 2 here. It's going to be HRE versus the Ottomans on Bohemia.
I'm going to refill the water real quick.
Which will be starting in just a moment. Roos still so limp. Any other civ could have closed that late castle. I disagree with you, no cursing. I think Roos is actually in a pretty good spot right now. I definitely don't think they're weak, especially against French in the Castle Age. I think it just goes on how the players play it out. And Zerton was kind of more playing for a castle and Imperial. He didn't really try like a super heavy siege push in Castle Age or anything. I mean, I would put Roos as definitely, you know, A tier at minimum. I mean, I don't put them as S obviously, but they're definitely A tier. Definitely up there with, you know, quite a few other civs. Just waiting for the doctor to get back here before we start the next game.
I am in it.
All right, you are. Did you load it up? It's not going to let us load as a group, as an FYI. You think Lucifron and Vortex said Roos is one of the strongest civs right now? I mean, I definitely put them as... I don't know where to put them. I definitely don't know, like... I don't think they're the best, obviously, because, you know...
I think at the very, very high elo, like highest, people really utilize the militia to give themselves that like kind of leg up. To like vault themselves to make it to where like they kind of feel like it's that strongest civ to like where because they don't really have a counter early on for that.
Yeah, I mean, I put Roos definitely probably top 4, top 5. I mean, I don't know. The top civs are so close together, in my opinion, except for Malians, obviously being the clear number 1. But I definitely think...
What time are you at? And then you can count us down.
Oh, I'm at 2 seconds.
I'm at 4. Go to 4 seconds and then tell me when, and we can count us down.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
All right. Let's go here. So here we are into game number 2. Zerton versus Don Artie.
Overlay, I think, needs to swap.
I swapped it.
My thing was late. I need to refresh stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we have Zerton being the Ottomans versus Don Artie being the Holy Roman Empire. And this is on the map Bohemia, which is a map created by Avali for me. I asked him to create this for me. And currently the score is 1-0 for Zerton. So the unique thing about this map, other than as you can see food, gold, and all that's kind of spread out on the map, is there's only 2 stone outcroppings on this entire map for each player. So you cannot keep spam stone wall spam on this map, not without spending gold to buy the necessary resources if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, and you know, this is I know your favorite map as you know, always talking about it. But one thing we'll always notice with the HRE is the back gold vein is a lovely sight to see if you were playing HRE. Kind of gives you that extra sense of safety at least.
Yeah, especially since, you know, Ottomans very typically open up with the military school, which is what we see Zerton doing right now. He does have his first military school coming up. And, you know, by the time he gets across here to go poke at these villagers, it's really not going to do much. In general, this matchup, I think, is a very interesting one. I don't know who I favor in this matchup. I feel like Ottomans can do pretty well here, but I also don't think it's, like, that bad for HRE either, if it is bad at all.
Yep, but it's going to be about like 3 minutes till that spear gets across towards the base. But like you said, not really going to be able to find too much damage, I don't think, at least. Unless Don really just overlooks that spearman and doesn't react accordingly.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of just about to drop his own feudal age in just a second.
Yeah, because like worst case scenario, he pulls the prelate, he heals his villager, and it's going to out-heal. I think it out-heals 2 spearmen, but I could be wrong on that. And there's the Akin Chapel going down right there in the wood line. I wonder if we're going to see Dawn go 2 TCs here, because I'm not sure what I think is the best to do is HRE in this matchup, whether it's 2 TC or go fast castle and try to grab the relics. But either way,
what do you think
curious.
about this chapel location?
I mean, it's an okay location. I mean, if he was going to go 2 TC, you would want it more on the right. But if he's not going 2 TC, I think it's completely fine. It's going to, you know, covers his wood, covers his sheep. So definitely not bad. But obviously a more ideal one would be if you put it on the right there. You could have it cover stone, wood, and food. So not sure if he just wasn't thinking about it or what his thought process was there.
Yeah, I just feel like you could have at least given yourself another resource. You're not giving up a resource to move it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but you know, maybe he's like it feels more, you know, protected in a sense or something of the sort. Cover more of his wood line for longer, but you know, only time will end up telling. Zerton dropping that twin minaret, and will have himself a nice solid food eco. And the first spear is just now getting over to that wood line on the right side, like we were talking about.
Yeah, and Scout taking a few arrow shots, but nothing serious. I think Zerton could have actually gotten that Scout killed, considering how many shots he got off, but without any villagers inside the town center. And here comes the first spear, getting ready to poke, but Dawn's already going to be in the feudal age before it can even do its first poke.
And there it goes. Dawn not reacting yet.
Yeah, he's not going to lose anything here. And so definitely no villagers on stone. We do see a decent amount of villagers on wood, though, so I'm very curious if he's going to switch to stone here or not.
Yeah, I'm kind of just... I'm wondering what he is doing. Oh my gosh. It's professional scouts.
Wait, oh, you're right. Oh, interesting. That's definitely... You know what's kind of funny is I've seen on Divine's stream, I've been seeing him do some professional scouts lately. It almost seems like players are starting to realize that maybe it isn't as bad as they thought and it is worth doing in certain matchups. I mean, that is a lot of deer you can get, right? And then you don't have to worry about knights or horsemen raiding you.
Yeah, and especially on a map like this where it kind of feels hard to drop a mill on 3 deer. Like you're like, all right, like there's so many different little smaller deer packs, but if you have pro scouts, you just bring all those deer right back into your chapel.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that I'm not the biggest fan of. I mean, it's still a heavy investment. That's 275 gold, and then you have to make the scouts on top of that. So it's not a cheap investment there, right? You have to make, I don't know, how much is a scout? 70 wood food, I mean? So you want typically 4 to 5 scouts, so you're spending a few hundred food plus the gold to get that professional scouts and to get value out of it.
Yeah, and you're doing this against Ottoman, who is a very tempo-aggressive civ, and you're kind of giving up tempo.
Yeah, Ottoman's very aggressive civilization. I would not be surprised to see some feudal aggression. Doesn't look like a... Interestingly enough, we're not seeing a second military school being created for... Oh, as I speak, there we go. He is putting 5 villagers on stone, so maybe he is going to do that. Or he's going to go second TC. I'm not sure which he's going to do.
I could even see this transition over to a second military school into a castle age, even if he spots out what Don's doing. And just kind of be like, all right, you're kind of just inviting me to hit a castle age timing and still put a little bit of pressure with those free units and then have those free units become even better.
Yeah, and it does look like, definitely looks like a second military school. 5 villagers on gold. How many villagers does he have on food? 10 on food? I mean, I'm suspecting this is going to be feudal aggression, just judging by the fact that he's still pumping out Spahi as well from the stable. If it's a fast castle, it's a very weird fast castle. So I'm suspecting it's not.
Yeah, no, still sending over to that wood line, dropping that military school, and still onto the stone.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I like what Don's doing with the... He's making 5 farms, but he's bringing a bunch of deer. So, I mean, like, I get the... You know, as HRE, you typically want to start a farm transition early, but feels like you're going to get a lot of deer, so there's no reason to worry about it at this point. Ooh, running into spears. He might lose a horseman here.
Ooh, run. Spears and Sapahi, and Don doesn't quite yet have that force enough that what he is needing. Does have a ton of food eco, though, as he has already dropped off, it looks like, what, 7, 8 deer carcasses, and has those farms like you were just talking about.
Yep, and he's about to take another one. We do still see Zerton. He is at over 100 stone. Looks like he did just get enough to get a 3rd military school.
I see a lot of players do this just because I feel like people are so, like, they're so focused on when they gather stone to immediately utilize it for something. You're not gathering stone just to gather it. It's going to be, okay, a secondary town center, a keep, you know, exactly like you're gathering up to a certain point, and you'll just see, okay, let me grab that extra 100 so I don't have to move back onto stone later and then forget or something or another.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I do, and I think a lot of other high-level players do. It just makes sense, because you know what your next Vizier point's going to be. Like, 99% of the time, it's going to be that extra military school. And then, so why, yeah, might as well gather it. You know what you're going to do already. And we do see the, you know, Dawn is pushing back this first attack here.
Yeah, pushing it back pretty well. Does take a loss of a villager on that wood line where he's building an outpost right on top of his chapel.
Yeah, and if you actually, so interestingly enough, if you look at the military, it doesn't look like Zerton is planning on staying in the feudal age. He is saving for castle, already almost has enough food, about halfway to gold, and he's starting his walls. Zerton definitely loves his walls. Um,
So
and
yeah, kind of what I was mentioning. It's just like that feigned aggression with the Ottomans, where like you do just enough to force like a big reaction, and then all of a sudden you're castle age, and you have all the units you've been making, or not all, but a good amount, were just free. You weren't spending a lot of resources, whereas your opponent was.
yeah, for sure. And Don actually is close to castle age himself. They're both very close. I think Don can get it first though. Ooh, we'll see. It's a race. Who will get castle age first? But if Don realized the position he was in, he could be a little bit more aggressive, or at least, with the horsemen try to raid, see if he could, pick off anything. But otherwise, I think Don's sitting pretty right now. Definitely doesn't. He's definitely not going to be feeling bad about his position.
Yeah, both players though will be dropping that castle age any second now. Zerton heard the noise, and there we go. Don hearing the noise as well. Regnant's Cathedral and the Med Imperial Armory are the two choices by either player.
Yep, and this is what you'd expect. There's no reason to go Burgrave. I feel like Burgrave would be kind of a waste. Because, by the time you can start pumping out those men-at-arms, your opponent's going to be castle age 2 and have crossbows for them, and then you don't get that extra eco benefit from grabbing the relics. So I think it's definitely a good decision from both players, obviously.
Look at the amount of deer Don has next to his town center at home. It's just so many deer, so much food that he's going to be able to gather for so long.
Yeah, and we see a little bit of, a little poking from Zerton. I will say the one thing lacking for Don at the moment is he's not really scouting, and there's a little battle over here, but I'm not sure who's going to win this.
No spears for Don, so like this is a fight that Zerton might lose, but he's still getting a fine trade just because it's kind of just the horsemen and Sipahi trading.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, I mean, Don can assume that a castle age is coming, but he hasn't actually scouted Zerton much at all. Like, he doesn't know what Zerton's doing. He can only guess, and grabs the first relic.
Yeah. First relic being brought on back in. Zerton, though, he has his walls. He definitely loves dropping these walls down early, securing up his, safety, and it allows him to move out on the map. And guess what one of his vizier points was? The Imam. So moving out and gonna try to counteract and secure some of those relics himself.
Yeah, but the thing is here is Don does have knights out now. There's one right, kind of in the middle-ish of the map doing nothing at the moment. But he is going to be able to take that relic before the Imams can. Well, if it didn't bug out. If Don had that knight there, he would be able to, this would be secure, but now...
Ooh, double knights coming out for Zerton now, and he's got triple military school pumping out men-at-arms as well.
Yeah, and there come the knights for reinforcements, so they should be able to hold this off. They're both going to go for this relic, but Don's is a little bit quicker, so he is going to grab that relic. And Don right now, he's double the military. He's got enough knights. He should secure 3 relics, I think. And then Zerton will secure 2. So as HRE, this feels pretty good. You got 3 relics, or you should get 3 relics, and that's kind of what you want here, at least.
Yeah, definitely feeling pretty happy right now with the way the game's going. Don still has a bunch of safe and secure food and has been trading pretty well and securing up those relics with the Regnants, although a prelate is, not going to get taken out.
Well, it might.
That is.
Yeah, it might now. Run, Don, run! Run that prelate! Go, go, go! And he's going to grab the one.
Quite close, so he can just kind of throw that right in.
And I think that's exactly what he's going to do. And boom. And he should be grabbing that third one any moment now.
Yep, third one just got picked on up. A lot of those knights are getting pretty low for Zerton. He can pull back and heal on up because he has those Imams, but needs to try to keep focusing on denying these relics further and further.
Yeah, and I like what Zerton's doing with his military schools. He could throw down. Well, actually, I don't think he uses Vizier Point on it. But on his 3, he set them to men at arms, and he has 1, and now he's setting him to crossbows. I do like that decision, as I think the Castle Age, like going men at arm crossbow is very strong against HRE, and just kind of helps to, push, take damage so that the crossbows can kill the men at arms and whatnot.
And still can utilize his knights to circle around, try to get some raiding done or whatever it may be. And instead pulls back with his knights, gets a charge in, and then should probably just back on away unless he thinks he can win it with more reinforcements.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, you see something that you don't usually see. You're seeing crossbows come out for HRE. So, Dawn has a decent amount of army, but there's the first mangonel. And that's when, you got to get something to counteract that.
Yeah, definitely. That's one thing. Like against Ottomans, right when they hit Castle Age, hey, couple minutes, I need to have something that deals with the mangonel, or else you're gonna start losing that game. It forces that siege war.
Yeah, exactly. That free siege is really, really nice. And looking at Dawn's TC, he has a lot of villagers gathering that food. And I don't know how much longer, but it doesn't look like he has too much longer until he's going to start needing to get those more farms down or start taking the berries, whichever comes first.
Yeah, well, I think he's on the last couple carcasses, so you're definitely right. Will need to drop more and more, or will start to lack on this production because he has a ton of production in this game.
Oh yeah, he's planning on. He wants to end this in Castle. He doesn't want to go Imperial. He's not going to do Fast Imperial. He's not going to do any of that. He's going to do a Knight Men at Arm, and he's going to try to kill Zerton before he has a big army himself.
And there we go, a little bit of a clash going in. This one, Mangonel is still there, gets a decent little fire, and this is right all on top of Zerton's Goldvilles, who are just mining on away, don't have a care in the world. Knights finding each other, battling each other, men-at-arms just trying to crush with those heavy maces, but looks like Zerton has enough here with the Mangonel able to stay alive and a huge amount of crossbows in the back line.
Yep, the Mangonel on those crossbows were dealing so much damage, taking out those men-at-arms, taking out the knights from Don Artie, and it was a pretty one-sided fight despite the military advantage that Don had.
And now let's see how Don will start to counteract this. This is one of those situations when you're HRE that you find yourself needing to go horsemen to deal with the crossbows, but then you just get crushed by knights, and it's just like, all right, I guess I'm, there we see him dropping a siege workshop, needing the Springle to help with the Mangonel. And, that's a forward siege workshop.
Look at those men-at-arms. They aren't upgraded.
Oh, no.
Those have been feudal age this entire game, which is a big deal. That's actually really, really painful for Don here.
I can't believe that.
That's definitely one you're like, oh, that feels bad. That actually may have changed that battle.
He got the heavy maces, so I just assumed he had it.
Yep, that's what I think, that's what you typically assume, but it looks like that's not the case, and I'm anticipating a GG here from Don here in a moment. He looks kind of dead. He just ran out of all the food under the TC, by the way, so he's losing all that food income.
It's that perfect storm. He's not going to have any ability to produce unit. He needs to transition, but he doesn't have the wood to transition, having his wood line denied now too, and he is just scrambling and struggling here on this second game.
Yeah, and there's 2 Mangonels now. The Siege Workshop didn't even get to be used. And we're seeing Horsemen come out, but, there's still plenty of Knights. And Crossbows. And Siege.
Well, when you put it like that, it's not sounding like this is looking too good for Don Artie. And yeah, his base, all those farms about to start getting taken down, and Don gets taken down with it. Game number 2 going over to Zerton, but there is still a chance, as this is a best of 5, I think.
Yeah, it is a best of 5. There's still one more game to go through. Alrighty, so, oops, wrong overlay. Professional caster here, fellas. All right, let's see here. All right, so Game 3 has already been completed by Dawn and Zerton. So we can go over. It's a short game though. As I guess a little spoiler
It is
there.
a short one.
We might just speed through it real quick. I don't think I'm going to cast this one, but just kind of see what happened. Thought it was a best of 3. The qualifying round is a best of 5, and this is a qualifying round. Spoilers alert! I kind of already spoiled it, so we're not going to do an actual like cast on this one. We're just going to watch it really quick, because I'm more of just curious at this point what happened.
Sounds like a plan.
Dawn's in the chat, so everyone watching already knows. So that's why I'm doing this on this one. So we'll just watch it real quick. A3 versus English on Rocky Canyon. So for those who are like, why didn't I cast it without spoiling? Don already spoiled it pretty much in the results. He wouldn't be chatting if he'd won his game. So we'll just see how it ends real quick. And then we'll move on to a new series. We do have a couple good ones coming up. I mean, okay, we can already see Don has literally no sheep.
Literally none.
Yeah, he has no sheep whatsoever.
Against HRE, that's miserable too.
Oh yeah, HRA, you're happy because now you can do whatever you want.
Walls get denied. Decent little outpost.
Yeah, my guess is, yeah, just GG'd because of the horsemen and stuff. Didn't want to play it out clearly. Okay, there's that quick game for you. And now we're gonna move on to a new series shortly.
All right.
Okay, sorry, one moment, fellas. That's kind of weird how I said that, but that's how it goes. Okay, so what we're gonna do now.
Look for what series to cast next.
Okay, so we have a couple series here. So we have Recon versus GUA that's playing right now. Neutral Bar versus Isanch. I'm probably saying that wrong. Isanich? I don't know. Whatever. B versus Vertex, not Vortex. Faye is waiting for the winner of Divine versus Eddie. Mr. Munch is waiting for Lucifron, who's waiting on Ramen and I don't know how to say that second name.
Cammy.
We have Puppy Paw versus Elyona. Baytune versus Core. I think that'll be a good series, actually. Okay. What does chat want to see here? I mean, I'm going to be honest. I personally kind of want to watch Core versus Baltoon. Sorry. Thank you, Zero.
I lean towards Core versus Baltoon as well.
I feel like that was going to be a good series. Baltoon's a good player. Core's a good player. I feel like they're both probably pretty, close skill level. Give us some Lucifron. Lucifron's waiting right now. I'm trying to think. Lucifron is waiting on... Yeah, Lucifron's still waiting for his first round opponent. Which I'm assuming that series is going to be done soon. But, yeah, Lucifron's not going to be playing for a while. Isn't Core Series close to over? It just started 18 minutes ago. Like, it's literally, they're probably still, there's a good chance they're still in game 1. So I think that's what we're going to do. I think we're going to do Core versus Baytune. I feel like that's a... I feel like that's going to be the series. Which, by the way, they're starting game 1 on Basin. They banned Lipany and Tempe. Ooh, we might see escarpment in this series, actually. Interestingly enough, Core banned Roos, and Baytune, or Baltune, banned Malians.
The dog's back in. I think
No
they're
worries.
in now.
Yeah, they are. All right, I think enough people kind of agreed with the Core Baltune, so that's what we're gonna go watch. Hello, La Colama. How you doing? All right, let's go into game number 1 here. Core versus Baltune. We'll find out the matchup here in just a moment. Oh, let me do a couple things here. All right, let me pause. Sorry, I was answering a question real quick.
Whoa. I'm back.
All right, perfect. Well, let's just get it right into it then. I don't think there's much else to wait for. There shouldn't be any lag now. Let's begin the game. Hopefully it stops. There we go. So we've got China from Baltune versus Coors English on Basin. Blade said Baltune right once, so he can say he tried. It's Baltune. Wait, what is it? What am I wrong on the name? How do you pronounce it, Doctor?
I say Baltune.
Is there another way? How else am I supposed to pronounce it?
I think people joke around and call him Baytune because it's an I on Twitch, but I think he wants it to be an L.
Thank you for the heads up, Ace McG. Totally forgot about that. All right. Now you can see what's going on here. Again, professional caster, professional streamer. You know what you're getting. All right, so nothing too unusual here. Just saying, the only difference between this basin and the normal one is, again, the no trade post. For those who are just now watching the tournament or unaware, all the maps have had trade posts removed. And so we're just kind of seeing the very standard sheep gathering. This matchup's very interesting, as I don't know who I favor between China and English. Like, I feel like it's better for English, but then English is English, so you never know. I don't know. Who do you think? Who do you favor in terms of?
I feel like it's all about like the timings of it. I feel like each like has their timing that it's better. I think English overall would be favored a bit, but I feel like China has like 2 or 3 separate timings that if they just have that perfect push or that focus on it and pressure, then that's where they like know that they have an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, even in late game, I don't think it's bad for China because of Fire Lancer spam. Fire Lancer spam is just really, really strong, very annoying to deal with. Even with stone walls, all the China player has to do is do a proxy siege workshop and start taking down stone walls and just raiding the heck out of English, and that passive gold income doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
All depends on how they play. We do see, very, very expected age up, Council Hall, 1 villager on the Imperial Academy, nothing unusual thus far.
Yeah, core going ahead, getting Council Hall and the barracks down as well. So might be going for a little bit of this feudal pressure, trying to punish China early on.
Yeah, exactly. And I like that approach. one way I kind of like approaching this matchup is just being a bit aggressive with longbow spear, not necessarily trying to kill the China player, but you know, deny some resources, force a response from them. Definitely don't want to let them just go for a 2 TC song boom without, you know, trying to punish them in any way if you can.
Oh. Whoa, my files just went weird, I guess. I need to...
No worries.
I'll just do it after this game or something. I'm getting the Vils are green boxes now for ball tune only.
Oh, you're having the Calp stream experience.
Yeah.
I've never had that, but I see that on Calp stream all the time.
I've never had it either. Najee, relax, bud. Yeah, I haven't either, so it's just for ball tune though. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah, it's just kind of funny. So we see cores reach the feudal age. We see spears and longbows coming out. Again, this is expected. I anticipate they're going to come straight across the map. And then here comes the Barbican of the Sun. Kind of an interesting spot here. I don't really know what this... Like, this protects his stone, I guess? But does it fully protect his stone?
Site? Yeah, he'll have his mining camp right next up to it, but the longbows will just be able to stay in the stealth forest and probably just snipe down the villagers.
Yeah, I think actually longbows can snipe the stone villagers, so I don't really know what this Barbican's supposed to protect. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't protect his gold. It doesn't protect his... I guess it protects one of his wood lines, but his town center did that. Yeah, very interesting choice here. I feel like it would have been better to either put it in the hidden forest in front of the stone, or, you know, protect a food source like the deer or something, or your gold. I feel like is what I would have done, but I'm also not a China expert, so I shouldn't say too much.
Yeah, only time will end up telling with this matchup. Core already over onto the stone himself, so planning on getting a really quick secondary TC with, again, just a little bit of minuscule pressure.
Yeah, and minuscule is literally minuscule. It's only 2 longbows and a spear. This isn't a threat at all in terms of if you realize it. If you're on top of your scouting, you'll see, okay, he's not sending reinforcements. He's on stone. You can clean this up with just a couple of units really easily. So definitely don't want to overreact. But that's some players do overreact when they see this. They'll see 2 longbows and a spear and go, "Oh man, I need all these units," and then they'll be like, "Oh wait, they're on 2 TC and only made those 3 units." I don't expect Baltoon to do that though.
Yep, Core moving out with those villagers, dropping that secondary TC right onto the deer in that mid map.
Yeah. Is Core W today? Yeah, this is the first game between Core and Baltoon. And as we're seeing, we do see a couple one Zugu come out and a couple archers, and they'll be able to clean this up. So it's not really going to deny the stone much at all.
Yep, and just how you said, not an overreaction, just right from Baltoon over here. Unless he continues to just start pumping out these archers, which we do see a few more into queue.
He does need about 1 more, because this longbow is going to finish off this archer. So he needs 1 more archer to take care of that, which is what he's doing. He has exactly 1 more left, so he'll clean that up. We do see another longbow coming from Core. I am assuming he'll pull this back, but I suppose we'll see. And we have the second TC coming down from Baltoon shortly, it looks like.
Yep, just needs a little bit more wood. Doesn't yet have a ton of Imperial officials out that I see. Just 2.
That's very normal with China with this build. You typically go, 2 Imperial officials to start, get your second TC, and then you'll add like a 3rd and a 4th.
Okay.
That second TC I just realized it still hasn't started, and he's actually going to put it way out here, which I think is fine. I don't think Core is going to be committing to some feudal ram timing attack, but I suppose we will find out.
Core not too heavy onto the gold, just a couple vills. It would expect that to just mean some eco upgrades over time, something of that sort, but only only can end up telling it just a bit. Usually you might see a couple more vills go over there if he was planning on getting up to castle. You'll see like about 7, I want to say.
Yeah, and we're just seeing some more longbows from Core, so he is committing to more of a feudal pressure at the moment. He's not really looking for that fast castle, which again I think is a fine decision. And he's recognized where the Barbican is, right? So he's like, so he knows he can deny gold up here, but there is that second gold mine on the left. So, and Core does, as far as I know, Core has not scouted this town center yet, so he does not know that Baltoon is back on that gold.
He's probably wondering where that secondary TC got placed. Obviously, with scouting the map, you have some ideas. You know where your opponent's going to want to place it, but it's still always, you don't know where it gets down until it gets down.
Yeah, exactly. And I think he has a suspicion. He's probably looked. I imagine he's probably scouted, or looked at the mini map, sees some deer missing on there, and I would assume is sending longbows there now to go check on it. And he's looping around with the other longbows as well. So he should know. He's going to know very shortly here about these villagers, if he doesn't already know. And Corey is putting some more villagers onto gold, so it does look like he might be looking for that castle age soon. Is poking at the wood villagers as well. Does get one villager. And has now scouted out the gold of Baltoon on his second TC.
Yep, who has to fall back a little bit. Those longbows just right in between that Barbican, right in between that secondary TC. And you can tell what Baltoon wanted to do. He wants to go up to Castle Age, but he does not have any gold right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have any gold at the moment, but his Imperial officers could get that, and he can now take back his main gold. There's no longbows denying that, so he can just do a little pivot here. Which isn't the worst decision. So either way, if he wants to go castle, which I agree with you, he's going to, he should be able to get that shortly as he just redirects to his main gold mine.
Yep, should be able to drop Castle Age in just a bit. Core has about half the resources for Castle Age himself, probably thinking about the same, but again, wants to get a little bit of this pressure against China, who is up only 8 vills at this point, but will continue to climb, however, faltering heavily on the military numbers.
Yeah, exactly, right? There's 1 military to 17, but we already see barracks coming down. Once he hits that castle age, which is going to be any moment now, he's going to be able to spam out those palace guards, and palace guards will easily deal with any sort of feudal pressure. And Core isn't too far behind himself on castle. He's kind of let down on the pressure. He's just putting some outposts, just being annoying. So he shouldn't really take too much damage or like die or anything to this castle age from Baltoon.
Yeah, Baltoon only has enough for 4 palace guards.
Yeah, that's true. He definitely doesn't have a lot, but if he just grabs a couple taxes, he should have more than enough to get 8 plus.
Okay, there we go.
And we do see 13 idle villagers at that second TC that are just kind of standing there doing nothing.
Yeah, needing to move them over to get something be useful. Longbow's just sitting. Yes, it's idle military, but it's doing its job as it is idling out those vills like you were just saying.
And Corey's going to Castle Age as well. He's halfway, over halfway now, so it's not like he's very far behind. So like I said, these palace guards they're gonna hold off the feudal aggression, but it's not like they're gonna be able to do any damage to Core. And Core's going to be feeling good about this spot, right? He's been denying the gold. He's been, there's no blacksmith upgrades. So these are going to be palace guards without blacksmith upgrades. And obviously Core doesn't have blacksmith upgrades either yet. So they just kind of cancel each other out a bit. But
yeah, when you're English and you aren't walling yourself in and stuck in your own little corner, you feel pretty good about yourself. And Core has an outpost on 1 gold. Core has nope, he canceled that outpost that was being built, but has an outpost on the eastern side gold, so we'll have a ton of vision over there and extends that network bonus. Now just needs to deal with these first sets of palace guards. It's going to finally clear up that group of longbows, which allows Baltoon to reclaim the deer behind.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, if you look at Baltoon's food per minute right now, he's at 276. He has 1 sheep with 30 food in his main TC. And so this deer are the only food income he has at the moment. Once that runs out, he's going to be or I guess he has the berries too, but that's about it. He's going to need to start a farm transition soon.
Yeah, and you would expect that farm transition to come out somewhat soon. It's a nice gradual one, maybe. You don't always have to, drop triple granary and 20 farms around it. It can be just a couple and then kind of easing yourself into it.
Yeah, exactly. And we do see, 6 palace guards moving around. We see the first nest of bees come out as well. And farm transition coming out for cores. He puts more and more on gold. And he's going to look at the relics as well. So core's looking like he's in a pretty good position. He is behind by, 10 villagers, but that isn't exactly unsurprising. Song Dynasty is pretty quick with the TCs, or villager production.
Yeah, Core is on 3 TCs himself, so we'll basically, have that even match. Baltoon finally trying to circle around with some of those palace guards all the way on the western side, trying to find somewhere to raid and just hasn't really found any vills.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's English, right? Usually they're not out on the map gathering all the hunts. Core is in this instance, but it's all the way over here. These deer will be almost gone by the time these palace guards reach them at this rate.
Nest to be about to finally finish up that outpost that was on that initial gold. And Baltoon is extending up some walls over the central part of the map for himself.
Yeah, and I will say a mistake I think Baltoon is doing is he's not putting a Imperial officer on his mill on these hunts. I think it'd be so valuable to get that extra food income. Instead, he's just going to get the normal amount of food eco instead. I don't know how much extra it is, but it's quite a bit off of a deer pack with an Imperial officer.
Isn't it 20% extra drop off?
Yeah, it's something like that.
Yeah, so that's a significant amount that he's missing. Finally, those palace guards circle around the backside. On the farms that Core just now started to drop, just now starting to finish on up, we see one vill go down, but not too much damage in the long term.
Yeah, exactly. It's only one villager. They both killed a villager, trying to burn some farms down. And, these palace guards they might get another villager here. Yep, they absolutely massacre that villager, that poor vill.
Oh, Core actually not pulling off of the wood line. Hadn't realized this yet. And it's taken a lot more damage than I was thinking he would.
Yeah, I lost 5 villagers now. I was expecting 1 to 2 max, and we're at 5 at this moment, or at this time. And we do see Core kind of poking at the top left, but that's about to be pushed back. That nest of bees is going to be more than enough to deter this force. Although I think Core might be a little too focused on on the palace guards in his base at the moment.
Oh, the nest of bees not. Oh, okay, there it goes. About to say it's get canceled fire on one of them. But really easy cleanup there by Baltoon, and again that villager count climbing up a little bit with the vill kills that he got, and feeling pretty good with him having the siege and just kind of moving out slowly as the Chinese.
Yeah, and you see Core here. He's like, I don't want to deal with this anymore, and is already placing a nice big palisade wall that's going to cover the whole map so that he doesn't have to worry about those run-bys anymore.
Baltoon doing the same thing. They're both just saying, hey, we're going to take half the, or not even half the map. We'll each take our, third of the map, and we'll fight in the center.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it looks like is happening right now. And,
well, there's that huge granary transition we were wanting.
There we go. 2 granaries. I don't know if it's the camera or what, but this looks really weird on my screen for some reason.
It is kind of hilly over there, so it looks odd.
Yeah, it's like the hills and the placement. Yeah, it looks a little odd, but yeah, definitely have that transition coming finally. And we have 2 relics for Core and 1 relic being picked up for Baltoon here. And where's there's the 4th. There's the 5th relic right here. No, Core picked one up, but I don't know where he picked it up at.
That's where I was just trying to look around. There's still one all the way on the east. Oh, there it is. It's on the sacred site now.
Ah, there it is. Yep, I totally found that without you telling me. This is game number 1, Flutie.
Those villagers still working hard on that wall all the way across. He has built 1 gate in it, but I would probably suggest a few more gates if I were Core.
Oh, yeah. You mean you don't want to go only out of that single gate? I think Core's goal is just to get this wall down before it's too late. We have a wolf here trying to kill a villager. Might succeed, not sure. And yeah, we're just kind of seeing, I mean, both players at this moment are just kind of chilling. They're not really trying to attack each other or kill. Looks like they both just kind of wouldn't boom. I mean, it's an 11 villager lead for Baltoon, which is not that big of a deal in this matchup, especially if it gets to Imperial Age. The enclosures will more than make up for that, and they'll eventually catch up anyway.
Yeah, just kind of waiting for this game to actually develop and kind of hit this part where we're seeing some action. But for now, they're both kind of content just booming on up behind this and trying to just raid a little bit here and there.
I will say, Baltoon is getting close to Imperial, and he has 48 farms right now. So he's definitely got his farm transition complete. I think he's about to go to 50 farms. So he's going to be sitting real pretty in that food economy soon. And I suspect Castle Age is going to, or Imperial Age is going to come here any moment. Whereas when we look at Core, he isn't close to Imperial Age at the moment. He's just kind of, you know, sitting back, and here comes Imperial Age as I was just talking about.
There it is. The Spirit Way is being dropped and on its way.
Where is it being dropped is the question. Oh, I see it. This is why what I dislike about playing this matchup as English is it just feels like you can't let China boom like this. 3 TCs to 2 TC song. I mean, the granaries are just a really good eco boost, and it just, yeah. And
this is kind of where I feel like China has that advantage is the early Imperial, because I feel like they can always get Imperial a little bit earlier, and then I feel like right when they hit Imp, they're stronger for a bit.
Yeah, they definitely. I mean, the thing is, like I said, I do think with Fire Lancer raids and everything, I don't think this late game is necessarily English flavored in this matchup. I mean, Fire Lancer raids, you just can't sleep on them. They're super, super strong. They kill villagers really quick and just burn stuff to the ground. Like, in general, if I was in Core's position right now, I would not be feeling good about my spot. China late game is just super, super scary. English late game is still scary, but I don't know. I think I prefer Baltoon's position.
Yeah, both players, though, just still chilling behind their walls for the time being.
Yeah, we do see Core is going Imperial Age. He is going with the Berkshire Palace. Not going for the Wind Guard. And, you know, he's going to secure that big gold, but I'd almost rather a keep here and have the Berkshire somewhere else. It feels like this Berkshire just isn't going to play a role in this game at all because it's just out in the middle of nowhere on the left.
No, well, I think this is one of those that, like, the Berkshire's so hard to siege down and take down. It takes so much effort. But when he sees this, he's going to be like, all right, you can have that 8k gold. I'll take the other side 8k gold for myself.
Exactly, and we see a keep about to be dropped down as well. And Core does hit Imperial. I'm expecting enclosures ASAP. And now we just kind of got to wait. The action should be starting here shortly, I would assume. Oh, and we do see the Imperial Palace coming out. So those Fire Lancers are not too far behind. And that's, once those come out, Fire Lancers give me nightmares. I sleep and wake up to them, I swear.
Those wooden walls are going to be worthless with Fire Lancers.
Exactly. These aren't going to do anything. Fire Lancers will be through in like a millisecond.
First kind of big engagement of the game. Men-at-Arms starting to clash up in front of that wall. Core still has a good amount of crossbows on the backside, a few longbows, and choosing to take the fight, and it looks pretty even for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is slightly favoring Baltoon, you know, with that Nesta B. If that Nesta B wasn't there, I think Core wins this fight pretty handily, but those crossbows are doing a lot of damage to those men-at-arms. But then again, he is cleaning it up. I don't know, hard to say.
Yeah, kind of just traded, like I said, somewhat evenly on either side. Oh, those Vills that built that keep on the east are still getting taken down by one outpost there by Core. And villager number at this point, not going to matter too much unless we just start to see some detrimental raids, which is really going to look like it's going to, if it's going to happen to anyone, Core's going to be the one getting raided.
Exactly. I'm looking to see if there's any stables out. We see more barracks coming down for palace guards, but not seeing a single stable unless I'm blind, which is very possible. There is a reason I wear glasses after all.
Yeah, and he went with the lead army tactic, so I think he's just going with that Yuan for the extra move speed and just allowing just non-stop Palace Guard spam that's going to hit a ton of this eco, as he did have 5 sneak around the backside about to hit some of those farms.
Yep, and that's going to be very, very annoying. Core's already down military. That Nesta B is putting in work. I can only imagine how many kills it's had this game, but it is destroying Core's army, and he just doesn't have a way to deal with it. He doesn't have springholds or anything, so he's just kind of being pushed back. 58 military to 24, and I don't know, not looking too good so far.
Yeah, I feel like a little bit ago it was pretty even. We were talking about the fight was somewhat even, Baltoon a little favored, and now Baltoon doubling the military, of course, still has those Palace Guards just now getting cleaned up in the backside. But there are plenty of more Palace Guards up in this front side that are about to do the same exact thing, just split a couple off into the eco.
And this is very annoying because Palace Guards are really fast, so they just love to run around your eco, kill villagers, and their men at arms are not expensive, so or Palace Guards, so it doesn't take much. We do see a forward keep about to be dropped here, and I don't think Core's gonna be able to stop this, especially since the second Nesta B is on its way as well.
This is looking scary for Core. Baltoon is just taking it to him with the Chinese. Tons of Vills moving forward to drop that keep, and it doesn't look like Core's going to be able to hold this unless he can all of a sudden skyrocket up that military count and get some really, really good trades.
Yeah, I mean, you just see this streamline of units. I mean, Baltoon is maxed out. Core's struggling to get the stick to 160. That keeps going to go up. 2 Nesta Bs in the action. There might even be a third on the way for all I know.
Yeah, and the Palace Guards on the backside still just kind of causing some annoyance, causing some idle time, killing a few Vills, circling back around. Another set of Palace Guards swinging around the eastern side on the other set of farms. And Baltoon just looking really, really clean right now here.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of the reasons why I dislike that Berkshire placement over here. Like, if it was placed, somewhere in his base, it could have potentially slowed this push down a lot. Instead, it's just nowhere. Another keep is coming down on the right-hand side, and I just don't see any way Core's going to deal with this. He's losing so much. I mean, he's lost 24 villagers now. His army's dwindling fast, and it's just not looking any better.
His food's just dropping and dropping fast. He doesn't have a lot of these farms manned. A lot of these farms are just being completely idled, gonna start being burnt down potentially. Nesta Bees can hit a ton of these as well, and Core is struggling, and he realizes there's no way coming back out of this one.
Yep, and that is the GG. Baltoon wins the first game. And if you actually look at the economic tab, the food-wise, like resource-wise, they were actually really close. Core actually had more gold. He wasn't that far behind on food, so I just think it kind of comes down to unit composition and, just not having those defensive keeps or a Berkshire. Those would have slowed down that push a lot and would have given Core time to get what he needed to do.
A really solid first game of this series, so we'll check and see what we got in store for us in the next one here in a second.
Yeah, the Nesta Bees definitely played a huge role in that game. Nesta Bees just really, really, really strong. When you don't have a way to deal with it, it's very, very painful. Inviting you to group, and let's look for... All right, we're going to be going to game number 2. Where's your Gamba points? You want your Gamba points? Whoa, why does this look so weird? Oh, escarpment. Okay, I've been kind of looking forward to this one.
Why does this look so weird? That's why.
All right, let's pause for a moment here. Let it kind of do its thing. This is the first game we've casted with Escarpment, which is a new map that not many people have probably seen. So I think we're ready to start. So we have Ottomans as for Baltoon and Holy Roman Empire for Core. So this map is very unique in the fact that there is water up here, but there's no deep sea fish. It is just shoreline fish. So there's 16 shoreline fish. Sometimes it's 11. It kind of depends. And we do see a dock coming out from Core already, and it looks like a forward barracks from Villager. Blade, are you 62 years old? I am. I'm 62 years old. I just look really good for my age. So going forward with that, just to kind of talk about the map a little bit more. Oh, shoot. That's the second time. I'm so disappointed in myself.
I thought I was behind in stream, or else I would have said something. I have it up on my other screen.
No worries. So anyway, I guess I'll show it again. So there's shoreline fish here. Each player gets 2 fours, and then the rest of the wood on the map is all the way over here. So you have to go all the way here to get that wood later in the game after your initial wood lines camp out here.
Unless you want to gather from some stealth forests.
Yeah, which, is never the most efficient way to gather wood, I can tell you firsthand, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do for that wood.
Yeah, but no early military school coming out for Baltoon and his Ottomans, and this is due to that early barracks and just immediately wanting to pressure out that dock and actually dropping a mill of his own.
Yeah, so Baltoon is not going for the dock method. He's just going to burn this down. I don't think Core can stop this. Core doesn't have a barracks, doesn't have the wood for a barracks. If I was Core, I would cancel this fishing boat immediately, is what I would personally do.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused why he's still queuing them up. Like, it just seems like it's just wasted resources.
All right, chat, you have your Gamba. You get 2 minutes. This is escarpment type error, Dubs. But yeah, so he's not going to get too much value out of this dock. Maybe Core's, I think Core's probably just going to accept that. He's not going to try to fight it, which I think is the right decision. I think the right play from here is just to go feudal age.
Yeah, feudal age is exactly what he is thinking here now. Got a good amount of sheep there for himself, so won't worry about missing out on that fish. But the question's going to be, will Baltoon start to drop a dock and go for that shoreline now that he's secured, or will he just kind of take this victory and go with a normal kind of feudal age Ottoman opening after this?
I do not think he's going for a dock. He only has 23 wood. He's already transferring to gold, so I think he's just going to kill this, and maybe he'll pull some villagers to take the shoreline, but he's not going to make any boats. I do think he should have focus fired on these fishing ships with his spears first, but maybe he's expecting Core to try to fight this.
Yeah, wouldn't have allowed those resources to be gathered and actually somewhat pay off, as you just see him switch over to some of those fishing boats now.
Yeah, this would have been
drops.
Yeah, this would have been so much better to do before assaulting the dock, in my opinion.
Well, dock does go down at least.
We do see a barracks coming out from Core, and Core can almost age up, but not quite.
And those spears probably headed over towards that gold of Core's, as I know Baltoon's scout was right there on that gold earlier on.
Yeah, that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Core's already got more than enough gold to advance. He's got his Akin Chapel down. We have the twin minaret madrasa. I know I said that wrong, chat. You can crucify me, but that is what it is. And although interestingly enough, we have 6 down from Baltoon, whereas Core's only aging up with 5. Well, okay, I say only, but he's aging up with 5.
Yep, and those spears push back those villagers off the gold, just trying to burn down the mining camp. But we all know the HRE just have that emergency repair to utilize if needed.
Yeah, exactly. Not too much. And if it does die, not a big deal. And I'll be kind of curious what Core's going to do here. I'm assuming he's going to make some men-at-arms. And actually, we do see a dock coming out from Baltoon, which Core scouts. So While Baltoon is doing it, it is very late. I'm not sure I like that dock now, but I guess we'll see. So, yeah, we saw the emergency repair. Funnily enough, I wonder, will emergency repairs be back before... No, I don't. I think that'll go down before emergency repairs comes back. And they both hit the feudal age at the same time.
Yeah, very similar timing over there. And yeah, no, emergency repair will not be back up in time. That's I feel like it's weird. I almost feel like that's wouldn't have been enough watching previous games, but turns out too.
Yeah, and so that's down. That's not a big deal. It's 50 wood, so not a big deal. Sorry.
The key right now, though, is Core not having any gold coming in as the HRE is not ever a position you like to find yourself in. He's going back for that gold, and what does Baltoon do? He circles right back around with those spears yet again.
And oh yeah, and Baltoon did obviously upgrade his spearman. Wow, I completely misclicked there. You know, upgrade the spearman, and is going to try to remove that again. Men-at-Arms will be more than enough to handle it, though.
Yeah, just continuing to cause this denial, cause this annoyance. This also allows him to have his dock pay off a little more as he's started to build up some fishing boats. Still has that good extra food at home, and he is heavier onto the gold himself. So looks like Baltoon's going to try to hit up a faster castle age timing than Core with all this pressure he's been having.
Yeah, but look at Core. He's sending a villager, and he's going to try to sneak a dock on the corner there. So he wants to try to deny this water eco as soon as he can. And then we see more men-at-arms
right in front of that army.
Yeah, we see more men-at-arms coming, so he's definitely... Ooh, and we see 2 MMs coming out for Baltoon, which I actually agree with. I do this against HRE as well, because when you get to that castle, you can just start grabbing those relics, you know. Very hard for HRE to grab them, but he needs to retreat. He does not want to be sticking here. He might lose one of these MMs.
Yeah, they are quite low. They're slow. Oh, no! Throw the spears instead. Yeah.
Yep, you just gotta accept it. Lose the spears over the MMs. Otherwise you just wasted a vizier point.
He does have an outpost rather close. Looks like he is getting there, getting on his way back. Najee representing that wolf that just got taken down over there on the dock by Core's villager.
Yeah, and it looks like this is not gonna go down. I think that villager's gonna kill Core's before that dock can finish. So definitely, we do see more men-at-arms coming. Oh, and we see a Dow. I almost called it a shoreline fish. So definitely that dock is not going to come up. Nice dodging by Core. Oh wow, keeps it alive. But
yeah, there you go.
Ooh, Baltoon just ran out of food under his town center. He is very close to Castle Age though. I mean, they both kind of are, except Core needs the gold.
Core took a good amount of damage on those men-at-arms taking down that barracks, though.
Oh, yeah, he needed to go to the other side of that barracks. Oof, that's a lot of damage, actually.
Wow, running out of the sheep right that close. I feel like he's just like right on the edge of castle.
Yeah, and Core's pulling another 10 villagers. No, 11 villagers to put him on gold. So his castle age shouldn't be much later than Baltoon's here. And the thing is, Baltoon doesn't have a military school. He doesn't have any other production. So, and Core has 12 men-at-arms. Baltoon shouldn't be able to secure many of the relics. And Core should be able to get at least 3, I think, with how this game is looking so far.
How is Core's eco ahead of Baltoon's?
I mean, he doesn't have that many fishing boats, right? He has 4 now, but it wasn't there for a while. And he, like I said, Baltoon did run out of all the sheep under the town center, so that delayed him significantly. That was 10 villagers that went idle. Or 9 villagers.
Yeah, but I feel like the economy numbers, Baltoon should be ahead with 5 fishing boats.
That's a good point, actually.
Oh, and the imams get circled, the first one at least, and gets taken down. Gold gets taken down, and Core with this timing push, and will also be able to age up in just a second behind this. And if these men-at-arms are able to stay healthy through that age up, can easily get that upgrade and become that much stronger.
Oh, and it's because for Ottomans and Delhi, fishing ships count as military, so... And you gotta remember,
I thought they fixed that bug.
Not sure. That's just what someone in chat said. And 3 villagers were killed by Baltoon. He did lose 3 villagers, I think. Yeah, so we have, and their regnance is down. We don't.
Second imam goes down under the town center.
That is very big deal. So that was a wasted Vizier point. The stable is, we have a knight coming out. Ooh, if Core sent out his, I think he forgot to send out a lot of his prelates because he should be grabbing the relics in the middle while he has the map control.
And I mean, looking at Baltoon's town center, he is just absolutely demolished right now. 15 villagers inside, 4 villagers circling around, just hoping that the town center can take down these men-at-arms in time. One more villager goes down, a knight comes out, or lancer comes out to try to help out a little bit, but still not too much production here for Baltoon.
Yeah, I think Core stayed under the town center a little too long. His Castle Age men-at-arms just finished, and he lost most of his men-at-arms already. If he'd had 10 men-at-arms Castle Age, and they were in here, I think that would have... I think that could have done even more damage than it did now. Which it still did a good amount of damage. And we do see a second relic being grabbed. I'm assuming he's going to be going for a third shortly. Yep, going for the third. Core's even going for a fourth. So Core's in a really, really good position. In this matchup, I feel like HRE, Ottomans can do a really good job at denying relics usually. But this game, Core is just... I think he's very, very in a very good position right now.
Yeah, even has a men-at-arms spot out the villagers on that shoreline fish. So Baltoon, you said, that shoreline fish, it's not deep sea fish. He doesn't have that, recouping food that's always going to be there. It is a finite resource over there, and he's going to be in a struggling situation if Core decides to send a little bit more military reinforcements that way.
Yeah, and we just see there's, Core's on the deer. Core is starting to bank up some food and gold. He is starting adding knights, though, so it doesn't look like he's going to try to go for a super fast Imperial, which I think is the right decision. You do have to be careful with Ottomans if you do a fast Imperial. I mean, we do see... I'm not sure how much Ottomans Baltoon has played, but he doesn't have a single blacksmith. And he has his military buildings kind of scattered. He has 3 stables by his town center, but his Mehmed, whatever that is called, is all the way to the right.
MIA.
MIA. Yeah, that's a better...
Call it the MIA. It makes it a lot easier.
Military-wise, I mean, Baltoon is a bit ahead there. Eco-wise, I definitely favor Core because he has 4 relics. Or at least I'm assuming he got all 4 relics. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he definitely did. Having to fall back off of those front side deer. Will have a couple knights of his own to counter out that Lancer raid. But Core's still feeling really, really solid here on his positioning point. But you mentioned him wanting to go to Imp, and I feel like that is going to be a little greedy Core move.
Yeah, it's just very dangerous to do against Ottomans. I can just tell you from playing against Ottomans that do it, and how, how both sides of the matchup. Let's just say that Ottomans have just such a strong Castle Age that you cannot underestimate it.
Super heavy farm transition coming in for Core, dropping about 10 farms around that chapel. So we're about to see his food eco skyrocket from where it just was.
Yep, and the thing is yeah, so Baltoon only made 4 fishing ships, by the way, so he never went more than that. So it's not like his fishing eco was ever really that much ahead of, or his food eco was ever ahead of Core. Core just needs to build like a tower or something so he can put that relic inside.
Yeah, it would have been nice if he was able to secure that deer location with the tower, maybe an upgrade on it, but never was able to do so. and has 2,200 gold floating in the bank. I think he might want to move off the gold or onto something else more.
Yeah,
More useful for
he
him.
has way too much on gold. He does have a market though, so he's gonna start spending his resources. But
Wololo.
there we go. That forces him back. And again, we see more and more units coming though from Baltoon. I mean, he does have over double Core's military count right now, and Core doesn't really have a good food economy right now. He's only got what is that? 10 farms?
When another Lancer charge right in, there's 3-4 villagers that just get obliterated.
Yeah, this is a while Core's looking good eco-wise with his gold, his food income is still pretty bad. Like if I was Core, I'd be buying wood right now, and I'd just get my farm transition done.
Yeah, he's trying to get more and more farms down on in. 2,600 gold in the bank. Take half of those vills off of gold right now.
Yeah, Core definitely has a little too much on gold. I'm not sure why he's not pulling villagers off. Like he could, yeah, I would pull all of these or most of them and put them on wood. Looks like he did just buy a bunch of stone, and he is about to go Imperial. So Palace of Swabia. So he's planning on doing the typical outpost with bombard towers would be my assumption.
Yeah, he's got 3 with sprinkled emplacements with relics inside for now.
Yeah.
Which that shreds some knights.
It does, but if Baltoon plays this correctly, what he needs to do is just, get a mass of units, put a forward workshop, and just start sieging down. And then those bombard towers don't matter. Because this is the dangerous part of the Swabia here. Like I said before, versus Ottomans, this is very risky in my opinion because Ottomans just scale so well with their military schools and their unit production. But these military schools are really late for Baltoon. Like these are super late this game. So that is the nice part for Core. This army should be even bigger than what it is now.
He does already take out the first stable though, so 1 less production building coming down from Core. But that sprinkled and placed outpost firing from a light year away.
Yeah, he just needs to get some trebuchets. Definitely wants to commit to the Castle Age here, or at least that's what I would do as Baltoon. Because if he can just get rid of these bombard towers, then the defense from Core is just not really there. It takes time for HRE to get that economy going after hitting Imperial to get that advantage.
Yeah, you can see it from Core. He's only at 16 military. It's going to take a lot of time with 4 production buildings that aren't siege to actually end up being able to match Baltoon. And actually, with the production that Baltoon has, he never will catch up.
Yeah, and these military buildings are in the front, so it's not like, once these military buildings are gone, Core has to remake them in the back, which he does have 1 barracks being made in the back, and he is making a culverin, so he's going to be able to snipe the, the mangonels and the battering rams.
The question is, will he have enough to keep that culverin alive? He does have 8 spears, so can get a nice little brace around those knights, but if those javelins and crossbows just kind of keep pushing through onto the eco, it will become a troubling situation here for Core. He's been in this situation quite a few times. We know HRE is one of his civs that he uses a lot, and here we go. Looks like the push is coming on now.
Yeah, we do see a bunch of stone gathered for Baltoon, by the way. And this is how I think you should do it. Get the stone, keep drop, plus, again, make some trebuchets. And I feel like it's just very hard for a fast Imperial HRE to deal with this. But here we go, the first attack. And the first, that tower is not a bombard tower. That is a springle tower. But it is taken care of, but the mangonels are done.
Circle around, though. They try to get on top of the culverin, not able to do so. Good spear pullback by Core, but those spears going to be getting lower and lower as the archers, the Jans, start pushing up. And now the culverin, it is on its last limb. It gets taken down.
Yeah, and I actually don't like this attack by Baltoon. He's losing his entire army. Villager kills don't matter here. Not with the Swabia in play. So this attack was... He just threw away his army for nothing, and I think it's kind of that panic feeling when you're like, okay, HRE's Imperial Age, I need to do something, and he just rushed it too much. Instead of those rams, 2 or 3 trebuchets would have been much better.
Yep, still has double the army, but it becomes a much harder fight here for Baltoon. He's actually dropping a second town center behind this instead.
Ooh, I think that's a mistake. I think you've already gone this long without it. If you don't kill or cripple core right now, it's too late. This second town center is not going to be worth anything in this game. Much better would have been a much better forward keep.
More farms being dropped behind. We see the university being dropped behind from core, but we don't see a gold vein for core behind. Which, yes, he has 4 relics, but once you get to imp, it becomes a lot harder to be able to afford those imp age upgrades and everything that you want.
That is true. 4 relics is nice, but you do want that gold. And that's the thing about this map. It does reward map control, which is one of the reasons I chose this for this tournament. You're going to notice, look where all the stone and gold are. You either have to have center map control, or you have to have this right map control. You have to have some sort of map control to, get that stuff. You can't just turtle in your base and mine gold safely.
Speaking of, Baltoon trying to take this eastern side map control, starting to drop some walls, spotted out some men-at-arms pushing through, but looks like he might be able to get some decent wall positioning here.
Yeah, we do see core going to decap the sacred site. I didn't even know Baltoon took that sacred site. I thought core did for some reason. And yeah, there is a sacred site countdown on the way, which I didn't realize till just now. 9 minutes until that victory condition. And this is another way to go about it. I do think it's a little bit scarier to go this way, because 10 minutes is a long time against an Imperial Age HRE. So definitely would not complain, getting some keep drops, which I like. That's what you want. Get some keep drops, and you want to try to prevent them from being able to take the sacred site.
That Culverin's back in queue yet again. I think one thing that Baltoon could be playing the favor of is the wood lines. He's trying to secure this eastern side wood lines, and if he doesn't allow core to get wood, it's going to be hard for him to have this long-term siege to take down the sacred site control. But he's dropping more rams. It looks like he wants to go for yet another push.
Yeah, and the thing is core is just about to decap this site. He's got 25, are they Imperial Age Spearmen? Yep, Imperial Age Spearmen. And 7 Knights is not going to stop that. So, and if he takes his whole army over there to stop this, core can just go for the center one. Definitely a couple knight raid, but ooh, yeah,
the 7 Knights on the eastern side got absolutely smacked by that spearman mass.
Yeah, and there's a little raid in core's base, but I don't think that's going to do anything. Oh, Baltoon will actually be able to save this sacred site, I think. So it looks like he just wants to definitely go for the sacred site victory. That is his win condition at this point. He's not going to try to kill core anymore. He's just going to go for the sacred site victory. But here's core, 22 villagers. They're going to try to make this keep.
That's not a good spot to make the keep. He just lost a big fight there, and there's a Mangonel.
Yep, and core realizes that and is like, never mind, I'm out.
That heat-seeking Mangonel still got some damage off.
Yeah, so that was a... it is looking a little dicey for core at the moment. It's, like I said, Ottomans or HRE without gold access. Like, yeah, relics are good and all, but you want more gold. There's a lot you need. So this is getting a little bit scary for core. But he does still have 7 minutes, so he has plenty of time to do what he needs to do. Worst case scenario, he goes Rams to take care of keeps to take out a sacred site.
God, that Culverin does so much damage to the Rams.
Yes. Yeah, Culverins are not something you want to mess with. They destroy any sort of siege really quickly. And those Imperial Age upgrades, they're starting to really show their worth. They're forcing Baltoon back because he doesn't really have a way to deal with it. His army just isn't strong enough to deal with this. And honestly, I don't like the decision to go Janissaries because they don't really do that much damage. They're only doing 16 damage, and I feel like going like Men-at-Arm Crossbow or something is a much stronger composition.
Yeah, I definitely think having more crossbows in the mix would have helped him significantly here. Just a couple Janissaries I like, but not having as much of a core as he did.
Yeah, and we do see a walling on the sacred site, but core securing that gold. That keeps going to go up. There's no stopping it. Military lead is now in core.
Game is now cores.
Yeah, at this point, I think the game is Core's. Core can easily... He's dropping another keep on the middle sacred site. He's just... His military lead is out of control, and it kind of goes down to... I don't think... I don't think Baltoon's going to be able to hold this off. I think he's pretty dead.
Pretty dead is correct.
Yeah, and Sacred Site being decapped, the gold has been retaken. That gold starvation is about to be gone. And there we go for the GG.
And Baltoon is gone from escarpment. Very interesting map, though. Loved seeing it in action. I've seen it a couple times way back when, but seeing the updates, it definitely is very solid and put together.
Yeah, Miss Ibs asked for what feedback on how to make the map better or playable. And pretty much the big problem with the map at the time was the wood lines used to be only like 8. You got like 8 wood and that was it, like 8 trees. And then so if you just played Mongols, you tower rush and win pretty much. Yeah, game 2 goes to Core, so the series is tied. What I can actually do here, I'm gonna do this real quick. All right, I put the score on the screen. I meant to do that earlier, but forgot. Thanks for reminding me. Chat is very beautiful when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, reminding you. Is that how to nicely put it?
All right, so we're going to go back to here real quick. All right, so before we go into game 3, I just need about a minute. I just need a minute, and then we're going to go into game 3. I just have to feed my dog real quick as she is driving me crazy. So I'll be right back in about a minute.
He needed trebuchets is what he needed. Instead of the 3 rams that did absolutely nothing, if that had been 2 trebuchets that would have been sieging from the long term, it would have made Core have to kind of take the fight rather than just him diving into the base and losing a lot.
And I am back. It's a best of 5. Sorry, what were you saying, Mr.?
Oh, I was responding to chat saying that he needed trebuchets.
Yeah.
In that push.
Okay, so let me invite you, and then we'll go right into game number 3. Where are you, Doctor? There you are. Accept the group invite.
Go, 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 go.
Hurry up! No, I'm just kidding.
And I'm in.
I believe the mistake was pushing into Core's base when he hit Imperial and losing his mats. Yeah, I think trebuchets were needed, and I think a forward keep drop. I think going 2 TC, the second TC was just a waste of resources. There was no reason to do it. It's not going to help at all in that game. Okay, let's go into game number 3, Core versus Baltoon. And I'm not going to forget to switch it this time, guys, I promise. Bam! There we are!
Look at how good Blade is. Mega Pro.
Mega Pro, Mega Chad in my head. Okay. So game number 3, China versus Holy Roman Empire on Rocky Canyon. I think we're good to start.
Most people say this matchup is quite HRE favored, and China needs to do something out of the ordinary to give themselves a chance.
Yeah, this matchup is definitely a tough one for China, is what I've noticed in my experience. It's funny, early on I used to think it was okay, but now I'm like, I don't know what China's supposed to do in this Civ. Or, yeah, I don't know what China's supposed to do against HRE. It just feels really, really tough. I mean,
Barbican Rush.
yeah, Barbican Rush, which is probably the best chance, but come on, we don't want to see that. If Core does a Barbican Rush, I'm going to Alt F4 and I'm going to end this tournament. Just kidding. Of course, I wouldn't do such a thing.
You heard it. You heard it here first. You cannot let Blade be a liar.
That's right.
But no, only time will end up telling. No, obviously no water. This is not not Dry River, whichever one it is. It's Rocky Canyon. Always get those two confused, and I would never expect water to be in a Blade tournament, anyways.
Yeah, the closest is going to be Escarpment, which has that little bit of water, but I think it's fine. So we'll kind of see what happens here. The funny thing is, though, a Barbican Rush right here, you see that wood line right there and that gold right there would just be disgusting. If he got that down, it just ends the game.
There's no other wood on this map to like get to. It would just absolutely.
Yeah,
there's one small wood line all the way in the south that he could grab. Like.
Yeah, it would just be GG. When does Blade play? Puppy, you're such a troll. Such a troll. All right. Looking at the map, you know, pretty good distribution of everything.
Baltoon going to be able to drop that chapel, though, right where you're talking about. It's going to be hard for Core, if he did Barbican Rush, to find a good spot to put it with the smaller bits of location once the chapel gets dropped, I assume.
Yeah, exactly. Is Beastie out? I'm assuming he qualified, but I actually haven't checked the brackets. But I'm assuming he qualified.
And there it is. Beautiful chapel. We'll be able to get woodline, secondary woodline, gold, and his sheep.
That's the other thing, right? This area has a negative to a Barbican Rush, but it's also beautiful for the Akin Chapel. And in reality, it does block the Barbican from being able to place there. But again, I don't expect Core to do that. Core, in my experience, I don't really see ever Barbecue Rush, so I think it's fine.
Yep, and there's the Imperial Academy being dropped on down, and would just expect that quicker Song Dynasty like we know good and well with that build with the mill next to the town center. Yeah,
yep, usual stuff. Marine Lord qualified with 0 games played. Yeah, due to a bug, it couldn't take out all of disqualified players. And I'm okay with it because, I mean, Marine Lord was going to win that side of the bracket anyway. So it's not like it's a big deal. Though I would prefer not to have that.
Yeah, you know, it happens sometimes.
It does. Luckily, I think that was the only series that allowed that. Okay, so interestingly enough, Baltoon is actually going to go 2 TC. He's not going to do a 1 TC fast castle to grab the relics, so I'm very curious what Core's response to this is going to be.
I mean, you think it's just, whoa, Core moving out to the... What is Core going? Core's got 3 vills that are taking a trip.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing.
Like, if it were... Oh, it's a Barbican.
Yeah, Barbican. There we go. I like it.
I was, like, thinking boar, but I was like, he would need, like, 5 vills to take the boar, not 3. But this makes a little bit more sense. He's going to take the boar, but it's not just the boar. It's an 8k gold vein and berries behind this. So a ton of resources that Core just secured for himself.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very nice secure. I don't mind this spot at all. Kind of curious if Core's going to go for a second TC, or if maybe he's going to try to do like a, what's it called? A Zugu Rush. We do see a lot of decent amount of sheep for Baltoon. He's got nice 10 sheep at his base. So very curious. Okay, looks like Core is going to go for a second TC, so it's just going to be a 2 TC Song Dynasty boom.
And Core does spot out that stone passing by right now, so knows that Baltoon's on that secondary TC, and that secondary TC being dropped on the gold.
Yeah, which is a fine spot. You know, it's next to wood, gold. You know, can't really complain about that. Now, I'm assuming he's probably going to go for a quick castle after this. But I suppose we'll find out here.
Yeah, I'd expect him to even pull a few of those wood villagers off and try to even get it even quicker.
Well, I'd expect him to pull those 10 villagers that are building it and maybe switch them to food. Or maybe he's going to put most of them on gold. I'm not sure. We'll find out. That boar is taken out. 3 villagers and a barbecue. That's all you're needed to take out a boar.
Yeah, Vils took some extra damage, and you'd like to have a few more than 3 Vils here to gather from that boar, though. But, you know, whatever.
Yeah, I think the reason he did it is because since he's going for a quick second TC, he wanted to keep villager production, and if he pulled all 8, he just doesn't have villagers producing maybe for too long.
Yeah.
And we do see Core walling up the relics. I do like this play. I think this is something that you have to do. Otherwise, Baltoon is just going to go fast castle off of 2 TCs, and he's going to grab all 5 relics with or I guess 4 relics. So I do like the walling idea. It delays it, and it is very annoying as an HRE player.
I was about to say there are 5 relics. Well, are you saying just say he's not ever going to be able to get that 5th?
Yeah, I'm saying he's not going to be able to get the 5th one. And I don't think you should 2 TC versus China personally. I think 1 TC fast castle is better.
Yeah, I feel like you're kind of just like playing into their hands just a little bit. Like China, they're always going to have that like extra Vil lead in some sort. Like just play into your own sense and go to your castle, get your relics, and then go to your Swabia, and then their Vil lead disappears.
Yeah, like just to give you perspective, just to show you, like right now, he could be hitting Castle Age within the next like 15 seconds or so. Grab the relics. The second TC is just now going to be finished, and by the time Core gets Castle Age, he's probably just going to die to a Castle All-In, or not even an All-In, a Castle Timing attack, because I don't know how China's expects to deal with a Castle Age HRE with 3+ relics when it takes so long to get Castle Age off of 2 TC Song. It just feels difficult.
Core, though, grabbing that second relic almost fully walled up. He's just actually quick walling it a little bit. And wonder if he's going to move to that relic all the way on the side of Baltoon.
Yeah, and we just see Baltoon getting his food eco ready. The thing is, I feel like he should be taking some deer. If he scouts what his opponent's doing, right? He's going to see no stable, no units, 2 TC. There's no reason to not have some villagers on these deers at this point. Like, I get in certain matchups, like, against French and English, you probably just go this style. But against, like, China or Abbasid or something, I think you can safely take these outward deer, and it's very worth doing. I mean, it's better than farms still. But Baltoon is just going to do this, getting Wheelbarrow, and should be going Castle Age here within the next 5 to 10 seconds.
Yep, next drop-offs of gold has enough. Next drops off of food will give him enough. And then we should end up seeing, I would assume, Regnants being dropped.
That would be my assumption as well. And Core
is... Oh my gosh.
Oh, a Burgrave. Okay, that was not what I expected. That is a very interesting decision to go Burgrave Palace here. I mean, it is going to take a while for Core to hit that Castle Age still. I mean, look, if you look at his food, he's only at 350. He does almost have enough gold, though.
Nyan said it. You could just burger rush if you see Chinese 2 TC and Walling and Relic. The good thing about this burger is it's a little bit different than the 1 TC burger. It's actually going to have the eco to support the Men-at-Arms production somewhat.
Yeah, but I think if a 1 TC burger, for example, though, I feel like 2 TC Song just dies to that. 2 TC HRE Burgrave, there's a chance that Core's going to be able to hold this. Look how close he is to Castle Age now. He's at 900
Core's going to get Castle before like the first Men-at-Arm gets across.
Yeah, so I think Core's going to be fine. I don't think this is going to do any damage. I'm personally not a fan of the 2 TC Burgrave. I feel like it's just too delayed.
Yep, and Core able to get Outpost, if he's able to get a couple of those hand cannon slits as well, it has a decent amount of base damage. And look at that, the astronomical clock tower on its way. 7 villagers are on top of it. Core will need to get some production buildings to be able to hold, but looks like he is opting for the way of outposts.
I will say here is one thing. Is Core does not have the wood for a archery range right now. So he cannot spam out crossbows. So that is going to be a danger, but I assume he'll have the wood shortly, and will hopefully start maxing out or massing crossbows.
Well, instead of double range, he dropped triple outpost.
Yeah, which I'm not sure I agree with that.
Quad outpost, another one now.
Yeah, he's made 4 in total. He definitely needs an archery range though, because if he can get crossbows, he can hold this off really easily. Just outposts, I'm not a big fan of it. But then again, Baltoon only has the +1 range. He doesn't have the +2 yet, so it's still going to do a decent amount of damage to these men-at-arms.
Nor does he have marching drills either. And it looks like Baltoon just idling out these like 25 vills or so and not actually getting damage down.
It's 17 villagers, but yeah, you know, you were close.
Nah, whatever.
You did blade math on stream.
You know, I was just giving a nice old estimate.
Let's see his core. Okay, and core is starting to pump out them the crossbows, but he is housed, so he actually is not spamming them yet, but he should be able to shortly.
And those men-at-arms basically all got thrown down the drain just for a bunch of idle time.
Yeah, exactly. Core's in a fine position. He's actually walled all 5 of the relics as well, so Baltoon can't even get the relics. And now Baltoon, he does have map control for the moment. Crossbows are being spammed, and now we just gotta... I mean, at this point, I definitely favor Core's position a lot. Burgrave, it only gets worse as the game goes on because you don't really need that unit, those fast units, because you typically have a lot of barracks later in the game. And relics are only normal relics now, so they provide no value. They don't provide anywhere near as much value.
Yep, and monastery being dropped, so Core going to take this opportunity to snag up all those relics that he walled in.
Yep. And he is also, so, I mean, wow, I blanked out there for a second. Baltoon is going to grab relics. I mean, he should be able to grab 2 or 3 relics, but again, they're normal relics. So instead of, 160 times 3, 4, it's 240 gold. If he gets 3. And that's if he gets 3.
Yeah, he's got a good amount of farms behind this, but starting to fall back away with his men-at-arms, just seeing, 5 or so crossbows. Although, I feel like with men-at-arms and marching drills, you can... Oh, he doesn't have marching drills. Okay, never mind.
And funnily enough, Core might actually get this relic. He's sending a monk. He does have, crossbows, but I don't know if it's enough crossbows.
Yeah, marching drills would have helped out Baltoon a lot here in this fight.
Oh yeah, he doesn't even have +2 ranged armor either. He's just kind of skipped on his blacksmith upgrades altogether after getting the first one.
And he is dropping Swabia though and grabbing that relic.
Yeah, so that's a good sign. At least he is doing that. And his Imperial timing is still pretty quick. I don't think Core's gonna be able to punish this, not in a way like a Civ like Ottomans or Rus can. So I think it'll be fine. And is he gathering stone on top of this? He is not, unless I'm blind. Okay.
Nope, he's dropping a couple more barracks. So he's needs more barracks other than the Burgrave.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't necessarily need them this moment, though, because right now he can't really mass produce off of 7 barracks, probably. He needs a little bit more time to get that eco going, but he does have 3 sacred sites, so that countdown is going. 9 minutes, 50 seconds. I'm sure he can hold it as Core moves to the center there. And Swabia is done.
And he does send a bunch of those vills that finish Swabia over to the stone, got 9 vills onto the stone, and drops an outpost next to Swabia. So it will be that little bit of some outpost upgrades, and that's going to be his main line of defense.
Yep, and men-at-arms are now upgraded to elite. Military-wise, they're close. Villager-wise, should in theory go towards the favor of Baltoon. He is producing from an equivalent of 5 town centers at the moment. And Core's going to be feeling the pressure. He's going to want to start doing something. He's going to be starting to push. He's made some Nest of Beasts, which aren't really going to be a problem if, 5 stables at the back of Baltoon's base.
Yeah, Horsemen probably coming into the mix to deal with that crossbow, Matt, since all that HRE knows and loves is armor.
Yeah, exactly, but that's not enough crossbows. This is, Baltoon's army is actually, I would say, stronger than Core's. At least that's there right now, but I think that's about to change. I do not like the decision to go for Springald emplacement instead of cannon emplacement, but what's done is done.
Yeah, it'll at least start slowly picking off this crossbow mass on the backside as it's just, I think, 2 shots per.
Yeah, it's 2 shots all those. I don't know about Palace Guards, but it definitely 2 shots crossbows. There's the Nest of B, and here's Horseman coming out. I think Baltoon should definitely get a Siege Workshop, which is what he's going to do. All he needs is 1 Culverin, and he can just snap that Clock Tower Nest of Bs out of existence.
Yeah, we saw how strong the Culverin was for core the game prior. It just really turns the fight over, and that's not a thing that China can really get.
Yep, and we see Core, you know, trying to push in. We do see a Bombard emplacement almost done here. And Siege Workshop is almost complete, so he just needs to get that Culverin out, and he'll be able to kill these Nest of Bees no problem.
15 seconds until that cannon emplacement upgrades. He will have emergency repair if needed, but that frontline mass is about to disappear. Horseman's gonna start chasing down the Nest of Bees, Men-at-Arms as well, and that's gonna be Core's main mass. I think that's about to all go down.
Yep, and yeah, once that Bombard Tower is done, Core definitely has to back off. I mean, he's losing a lot of his units. We see a bunch of units popping out for Baltoon. You know, almost finishing that farm transition. I will say Core's ego is looking pretty good right now. He's got 2.2k food per minute, and he can go Imperial Age himself here in just a moment. Which I'm guessing is what he's going to do, because he doesn't have a stream of units streaming across.
Yeah, the question is will there be a counter push that's going to come through from Baltoon? Will he just keep streaming these units that he has and continue them on along to Core's base?
Yeah, I will say the one thing for Core's position I am worried about is he's just about to run out of all the food sources on the map, and he only has 1 granary with like, I don't know, that's like 10 farms.
Blade Man. That's right, though.
Was it 10?
Yeah,
it is 10. Nice! I feel so good. Oh, man. Live on stream. And the thing is, Core's getting all the relics as well. He has 3 relics right now. And it looks like Baltoon is going to finally go for that other relic.
Looks like Core wanting to drop himself a defensive keep on that front middle, on that next wood line that he's about to go into. Baltoon's starting to move forward a little bit. What will need to have some more units here, and will want to have some more units here, especially if that keeps going up.
Yeah, Blacksmith upgrades still aren't that great for Baltoon despite being Imperial. He still doesn't even have the Castle Age Wedge Rivets, which is the +1 range in Castle. So, definitely not the best Blacksmith upgrades.
Keep about halfway there. Nest of Bees, their crossbows, their villagers, more villagers pulled to help finish up this keep for Core, and that keep's definitely going to finish. But Baltoon, yep, there we go. He needs to pull back. Getting some of those vills isn't really even going to do anything for him at this point in the game.
Yeah, and we see, I think Core made, oh, weird. Core made normal farms on the left-hand side instead of putting them on the granary. That seems like a mistake to me. And in general, I think we're about to see Core's food just plummet. He has nothing. Oh, there we go. Now there's the farms.
It still takes a bit of time for first the vills to get to that location, second for them to finish the farms, and then lastly to actually start gathering and dropping off.
That's very true. And here's a mini horse raid by Baltoon on the right-hand side. He does have elite horsemen, so he's doing great there. His his economy's looking fantastic. He's starting to get those blacksmith upgrades. Does he have a university? Oh, he's just finished building his university, so he should be getting those soon.
And Horseman has spotted out where those granaries are, at least. He might not be doing damage on them now, but he will give that prized information for later.
And there's another attack by Baltoon. I like what he's doing here. He's just harassing. Ooh.
Fast keep on the west, right where Baltoon's pushing through. If Baltoon reacts, he can... Oh, nope, he's not going to react in time.
Nope. By the time he reacts now, though, that keeps done. So...
China is nuts.
Yes, they are. And with Core's farm transition, you know, getting more and more complete, it's looking better. You know, it's not looking bad for him at all at the moment. I still think this game can go either way.
Yeah, still seeing some more of those horsemen circle around for Baltoon. Villagers being pulled from core, but more damage coming down, and Baltoon has stabilized from what we were seeing earlier, where it was kind of looking worrisome for him for a second, felt like, and then all of a sudden it turned back around, and it's an Imperial Age war.
Yep, we're definitely in that Imperial Age. We do see stone walls starting to come down from core on the left. Unfortunately, wasn't able to finish it, so those villagers are forfeit. There is a wolf helping out core at the bottom left on that gold mine. I think it's killed one villager so far.
And he has finished walls right in front of Men-at-Arms on the east side, so somewhat stabilizing over there, and at least kind of securing up a good amount of this map for himself. Raid comes down on the gold, and you know, just although what we've been seeing is everything's on the side of core side, which is not what you want if you're core.
Exactly. And what landmark did he go Imperial? Oh, Spirit Way. Okay, so he went Spirit Way and throwing down a bunch more archery ranges. Is he still massing crossbows? Curious what unit composition he's going to switch to now that he's an Imperial.
I mean, it just seems like he's spear crossbow still for the most part, and I would assume hand cannoneer.
Nice raid on the granaries, by the way. He's killed 3 or 4 villagers so far.
And he had a huge raid on the wood line a little bit ago as well. And Baltoon's really being able to just take it to course eco and not let core stabilize at any part of the map. He's everywhere. He's still on that western side stone wall that core's trying to build as well. And he's still on the east side that he was building. So just making core split everything. And core's going to look back and be like, where's my food? Where's my food?
He's not even paying attention. He's still losing villagers over there. He's taking care of the villagers by his stone, but his granaries, he's lost so many.
The granaries are gone.
Yeah, like he's lost every villager there. He's down to 104 villagers. 41 villagers killed by Baltoon at this point. We see another wave of units coming in. Military is even.
This horseman raid is just one of the worst I've ever seen. 5 horsemen in a dream.
Those were the most cost-efficient 4 horsemen you could ever have. They absolutely decimated that granary line. Core's food per minute is plummeting. He's at 809, but that's only going to keep dropping since he has no villagers on food.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Baltoon's got 3,000 food per minute.
Yeah, I mean, Baltoon's got his economy set. He's got all but the last Imperial upgrade for food. Inspired. I mean, he's looking pretty. He's very, very happy with his position right now.
Yeah, so it's just kind of raids going all over that map. The wolf is still on Baltoon's gold. I think the wolf has caused more damage than core has.
Yeah, I think that wolf has killed 3 or 4 villagers at this point. Might even be 5.
When that wolf gets a kill, does it count for core?
We'll find out here in a moment. I mean, that villager's about to die. It's at 5 health. 2 health. It does count for core. Yep. That wolf is doing great.
That wolf has done all of core's damage for him.
Yeah, he's still, I mean... Oh, wait, did he finally kill it? He did. He killed that wolf finally.
Oh, it's because we were watching it. And another raid going in on that eastern side wood line. Just all over the place. Baltoon doing such a good job right now. And yes, he might be throwing away a lot of these units, but it doesn't matter because he has the eco to do so.
Exactly. He's got 3,000 food per minute. He's not worried about it at all. I mean, he can throw away units forever.
Trying to take down this keep in the middle. That will take a bit of time as the Culverins, they're really good against siege, but not really good against buildings.
No, that's very true. That Culverin could spend an eternity on that keep. And we see another raid on the left, though it is being taken care of.
And then another one on the right, and it's being taken care of as well, but it's still annoying, and core is at 107 eco. Baltoon's been at 200 pop for like a while now.
Yeah, core is starting to get his food eco back, though. RIP. Or F. I hope that's not my stream dying or something. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, the core is starting to restabilize. He's getting that 3rd granary. His food eco's back to 2,000 food per minute. I mean, I think what Baltoon needs to do is he just needs to kind of get some siege and start pushing. He's very close to losing a bombard right now.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. You just need to get to the point where you're starting to take down efficient things. Like all these keeps, as Core gets more and more of these keeps, the raids get worse and worse.
The wolf's back. The wolf
How is
is
it back?
back. It didn't
How is it
die.
back?
It must have gone out of range, and then his villagers got back into its range.
But a good job by Baltoon getting through to that gold and getting a nice little raid on that side. Has multiple bombards behind this. Just needs to make sure this siege stays alive, and it looks like he realizes he doesn't have enough to keep the siege alive, so he's pulling the siege on back.
Yeah, and Core does have quite a few. He has 20 hand cannons, and hand cannons do very well against men-at-arms, if you didn't know. They melt them really, really quickly, so what...
No boiling oil.
It's being researched, and ooh, he's going to lose all that siege. And, you know, this went from a really good position for Baltoon to where I think it's going really good for Core now. Core's been able to stabilize. He's got kind of a death ball of sorts, and Baltoon needs to, like, switch unit compositions. I think he needs to be making, you know, like, adding in his own hand cannons or siege or something, like mangonels, but he's in trouble right now.
He's got 38 men-at-arms in queue.
Yeah, he's just kind of mindlessly... He's doing what a lot of HRE players do. He's making only men-at-arms that you don't need. Also, 134 villagers is not over-booming for HRE. That's a fine amount of villagers you want.
Needs to get those horsemen on top of the ranged mass. God, just absolutely shredding. If this outpost had been a cannon emplacement, would have been doing so much more damage to that mass that's grouped together.
Yeah, but I mean, Baltoon is going to hold, so it's not like this game's anywhere near over or anything. I still think this game can go either way. I mean, Baltoon does have middle map control. He's throwing down more keeps. He's just taking all the stone pretty much. Does Core have any villagers on gold right now? He doesn't.
No, he's making the transition
Oh,
all the way to that 8K by his Barbican.
Okay.
He just ran out.
Yep, I just saw that.
And he is dropping you on as well.
Okay, so that's where the scary fire lancers come in. Now, the nice thing is there are some stone walls, but there's not enough to cover it yet. So, you know, once the fire lancer raids start, that's when China becomes really scary, is once they start, because it's so hard. I mean, look how open his base is. 20 fire lancers running into that eco, it's going to kill so many villagers.
Yep, Baltoon's still not been able to siege down any of these keeps, and Core has been able to layer down an extra set of walls on the west of full stone, and is feeling somewhat good over here.
Yeah, and we do see 2 rams being built, and this is what you have to do in these kind of situations. You know, you get the ram upgrade, which he doesn't have yet actually, but if he gets the ram upgrade, he can kill these a lot quicker, and then he can start raiding on these stone walls.
We do finally see the swap to some land snakes in the mix for Baltoon. He's got 3K food, 3K gold. He's got more than enough resources to make this swap, and it should work out very well for him.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. And there's... Yep. Oh, there's a bunch of men-at-arms and land snakes over at the base if you look by the university. And he hasn't gotten his elite army tactics yet. That's a plus 20% health and damage for his men-at-arms and land snakes. He definitely needs to get that for his
Such
units.
different ways these fights could have gone. He actually prioritized the royal bloodlines for his horsemen, but the men-at-arms, I feel like, is his meat and his core.
What is... Okay, he's got a lot of barracks, so he's definitely doing fine in that department. But he doesn't have... I feel like he needs to add a little bit more production. I feel like if he was going to do a big fight right now, he may not have enough production to remax quickly enough. Actually, I take it back. I just found more stables.
If you click on a ville, it'll tell you how many they have if you're under their view.
Wait, what? For stables?
Yeah, it says 10 stables for Baltoon.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Is that
Is
that accurate?
Yeah, it doesn't count the Burgrave for barracks, though.
Wow,
so
well,
he
that's
has
fine.
9 barracks and
Yeah.
the Burgrave.
Wow, okay. Does it do it for all villagers? Oh, I didn't know that. I just learned something new today. That'll be much easier than counting it out individually.
Tells you for keeps, farms, everything.
Dang, you're right. 60. Wow. I learned something new today. Okay. All right, well, for some reason those Rams are moving to a different position.
I was wondering the same. They were about to break through.
And
He
look
must
at
have control all military.
and look at the Fire Lancers. We have 26.
26 Fire Lancers. This is about to go downhill so fast for Baltoon.
Yeah, I mean Baltoon's not ready for this. If 30 Fire Lancers go in his base, it's gonna be brutal. Although Baltoon does see the Fire Lancers now, he is throwing a keep at home, so that is gonna help defend.
He doesn't just need a keep. He needs stone walls. Oh, he does spot out the Fire Lancer mass at least. Gets on over to it with some horsemen, some land snakes, and some men-at-arms more importantly before his vills on the keep get obliterated by that AoE. Look at the keep. Keep's about to just get denied.
Yeah, that keeps dead.
God!
Yeah, that keeps not getting up.
I think Baltoon's going for wood denial.
Oh yeah, he is. He's definitely making some there. Cause yeah, Core is out of wood on. Well, no, he still has a decent amount actually on the left-hand side of his main. So it's not like he's completely wood starved, but.
Okay, yeah, a little. He's it's a little bit though. It's not a ton.
That's true. All right, here come the Fire Lancer raids, killing their first villager. Well, I guess.
And then a free bombard.
Yep. And that's what you should expect from now on. Fire Lancer raids up the butt, as the kids say these days. Just kidding.
And guess what? There's another set of 15 headed right through the middle.
Yeah, although I will say that keep and that bombard tower are doing a lot of damage to those Fire Lancers.
Ooh, double outpost has been finished. Core did chop through. I think those outposts, once the upgrade comes through, will start doing some damage. Baltoon just needs to make sure to secure this middle position and, more importantly, secure his base from the Fire Lancers.
Yeah, although Core's not really raiding with the Fire Lancers, he's just focusing on this keep. And I think Baltoon's actually going to win this fight over here. There's not enough to deal with the mass men-at-arms.
He didn't have emergency repair for the keep, though. Devastating loss on that. Villagers pulled for those outposts on that wood line like we were mentioning. Does deny both of those outposts as they finish on up.
Yeah, and you know, I thought that fight was going really well for Baltoon, but Core's reinforcements are enough to kind of hold it off, it looks like. Although, look at Baltoon's eco. He's got 8,000 food in the bank.
Yeah, the key here, though, is Core's going to be able to mass up so much better over the course of the time, I feel like, just with the Fire Lancer cost.
Oh, and we're about to get into an interesting part of the game that we haven't seen yet in this tournament.
No gold, no trade.
No gold. Yep, exactly. Baltoon is, as far as I know, I could be blind, but I don't see a gold mine anywhere.
No, Baltoon's out. Core still has a 4K, though.
Yeah, Core still has a 4K gold mine, and Baltoon is completely, like, he has no more gold incoming. He has 3 relics, or I think he has 2 relics, and it's not Regnant's relics, so he's only getting 160 passive gold per minute with those relics. And I was talking about Baltoon, guys, not Core. And that gold bank won't take long before it's gone, so you know how he spends the gold over the next part of the game is going to be very, very important.
Yeah, I think this is the beginning of the end for Baltoon, actually. It's weird to say, but I just feel like that's the way this game has started to trend now.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that Burgrave was just such a, it just really hurt. Because it didn't do anything, and he didn't get control. He only got 2 relics, so it's like, if he had 4 relics with, you know, a Regnance, you know, he'd have enough passive gold income to keep making men-at-arms without worry. Villagers
being pulled forward for Core. He thinks he won that fight enough to be able to drop a keep on that front line, and maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but there is way too much military here, it looks like, for Baltoon. But we know Chinese vills build fast, but will it be fast enough?
Yeah, and we're seeing Palace Guard raids on the, well, was on the left. We see a couple Rams on the left as well, but those are being taken care of. He never got the lightweight beams, by the way, so those Rams are just normal Rams, not Imperial Rams. And Core's has quadruple the military of Baltoon at the moment.
Yeah, like we said, beginning of the end for Baltoon, and
GG.
there it is. It is the end of Baltoon.
That is GG. And I really do think that game came down to kind of a not so great unit composition by Baltoon, and I really think a Regnus could have made that game very different unit composition. Hard to say though for sure. You know, it's always easy to say because the game would have played differently if Baltoon did 1 TC fast castle. Who knows? Maybe Core doesn't do the 2 TC song. But either way, well played. That was definitely that was a very close game. I mean, that could have gone either way throughout most of that game. There's sometimes where you're like, Baltoon's got this, and then you're like, I think Core's got this. But overall, I don't think Baltoon ever got the elite army tactics, and I didn't check his blacksmith upgrades, so I don't know if he got those.
Yeah, and in those extended fights and with that many units, that's when the upgrades matter so much more. When you only got 5-10 minute arms, not as important compared to when you got 60 or so.
Yeah, exactly. And let's go to game number 4. Let me invite you, Mr. Doctor.
I was just checking in on some of the other series that we have over there in the bracket. Cop Avely, I'm sure, is going to be the longest one. Last game available.
I bet it will. All right, let's update the score. This is game number 4. Malians versus Roos.
On your
right.
map.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to pause for a second. Wait. Is this my map? This is my map. Oh, just kidding. Funnily enough, yes, this is a live match. So, funnily enough, Baltoon banned Malians for Core, and Core doesn't play Malians, and Core banned Roos for Baltoon. So these are both their banned civs that they're playing. I mean, you know, opposite side, whatever. All right, let's start here.
And getting it going, and you already said that you thought Mali was the strongest civ out there, so let's see how Baltoon is going to utilize that strong civilization.
Yeah, that's the question. I don't know how good Baltoon's Malians... like I said, I don't see Baltoon play. He doesn't stream, as far as I know. I don't see him play against people on stream unless he's smurfing or something, so I have no idea what civs he's good with and what he isn't with, so it'll be very... But going by the civ choice, I would favor Malians in this matchup.
Okay. Yeah, Mali, obviously they can get those warrior scouts, deny all the scouts from the roost that they typically utilize earlier on, and then it becomes, you know, the mass warrior scouts try to snag some deer and transition to castle and archers.
Yeah, exactly, and we're seeing Core is not doing the chop through, which I'm not surprised. He stated he hates dealing with it because of how hard it is. So, not surprised he's just going to do a very standard Roos opening here.
I just looked, and Baltoon's last game was a team game with me, so.
Wait, you played games with Baltoon?
Yeah, we play team games every now and then.
Oh, I didn't know that. I figured you streamed too late for him.
No, you never know with these players all over the place. Their hours are, they'll just say, "Hey, I'm down for games," and you're like, "All right, cool. I don't know what time it is for you, but I'll play."
True. Yeah, I see Anatand, Core, Don Hardy, all those a lot of players who are always up late. The score is 2-1 favoring Core at the moment.
Just circling around, I'll flip over to Core's vision to see how his bounty's going, and he is already at a solid 275. And
he's at 275. Is that what you said?
Yeah, he's at 275 already. He actually just left the wolf. I think he's he's idling his town center a little bit. So that's why he left that wolf, as he's going to drop the rest of the sheep off at home. But 275 bounty, very, very solid opening here for Core.
Ah, that is pretty good. Definitely, and we already see Malian's aging up. He's actually aging up with 6 villagers, so he wants to age up pretty quickly with the Monsa Quarry, which is the passive gold stone landmark. I wonder why, or why he wants to rush that up so quickly.
I have heard some players, they mention that like it starts the passive gold generation faster, and it just kind of, that's where it kind of does have a better payoff comparative to other civs at times. But I don't really know what effect this gives. As long as you can, you know, drop your stable and get your warrior scout upgrade, then I could see it being worth.
Yeah, that makes sense. Get that passive a little bit quicker. And we do see the Kremlin coming out, which is exactly what we'd expect. Nothing unusual there. Got wheelbarrow almost complete.
I think Core's picked up 3 more wolves now since we said that last. So he's at 350 now after this wolf.
350 is pretty good. We see that stable coming down as, to the surprise of everyone in chat, we're going to see some warrior scouts. The most balanced unit in the game at the moment. Nothing wrong with that unit whatsoever. And I'm not saying that because I don't believe it.
And there it is. Warrior Scouts on its way being upgraded. That Scout circling around. Spots out Core's stone. And I'm sure he's going to start hitting those vills on the stone.
Yep. That's
it gets up. Go ahead.
Yep, I was going to say, and there we go. The most annoying thing, once it's done, you have to make a barracks to deal with those warrior scouts. You're not going to be gathering from stone until you do that.
Core finds another wolf through all this.
And he's, and look at the back. Core also found another deer back.
Set of deer. What? Where was the bounty that he got early on? How did he get so much so fast? I'm confused.
Well, I think, unless I'm mistaken, I think Baltoon only went 1 scout opening. He did not open up 2 scouts.
One of the most frustrating things against those warrior scouts is before they get upgraded and you look over and you see a regular scout hitting you and you look away and then you look back and you're like, oh god, let me get away. But no kind of detriment there, no villagers that do end up going down, and the Kremlin has finished, at least for the time being.
Yep, and we just see more and more warrior scouts incoming. Again, nothing too surprising in that aspect. But the spearmen will be able to kind of, you know, push them back for at least 30 seconds before they're fully back to health. And there we go, back on stone. Or finally able to gather that stone.
And you can see with only 1 spear there, Baltoon just trying to hit, get a little bit of damage, and then back away because his scouts, they're going to be full health in just the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at their health, I mean, it goes up so quick. They're already over halfway healed, going to take damage. Almost lost that one. But look, it's already back to 20.
Yep, and then he just replaces it with the other 3 healthy ones, make sure the lower health one stays in the back. And this is just still forcing a reaction out of Core. Have we seen no pro scouts yet, so no deer snagging going on?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to. I will say he's doing a very good job microing this. Don. But so he's doing some good micro here. He's doing a good job doing damage, pulling back, waiting the 13 seconds or 30 seconds it takes to fully heal, and then just kind of keeps rinse and repeats. Ooh, I jinxed him. I'm sorry, Baltoon. I didn't mean to jinx you.
Caster curse, 100%.
Yep, that's the thing.
Ooh, he does finally circle around though. Almost gets a Vil, but not quite. And yet again, gets away with those scouts at a nice and decent health. He has built up an additional gold pit mine behind this. That's what you call it.
Ooh,
and starting to build houses around that.
Another scout was killed. I think he's focusing too much on this area. I mean, I guess there's no other area to focus on, so I guess it makes sense, but still.
Yeah, there really isn't anywhere else. And now, though, he's just trying to delay that secondary TC as long as possible. And then as Molly, you can really pump so much military and punish a second TC so easily, I feel like.
I'm surprised that, there we go. I was going to say, when's he going to transfer villagers to gold? Because I assume he's going to go fast castle. That's typically what you do as Malians. You go warrior scouts, and then you just go castle right after. Is generally the play that I've seen.
Yep. Yeah, it's almost like the old build used to be Farimba, you can't pressure me, and I'm going fast castle. Now it's like, all right, I'm going to make you cause a crazy, crazy reaction. I'm going to cause damage with these warrior scouts, annoyance, tons of reaction, and then I'm going to be castle.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Baltoon's very close. He only needs 200 gold to get up there. Core does it. Core's second TC hasn't even finished yet. Look how delayed that was because of those warrior scouts. I mean, that's an 8-minute TC. Usually you want that started by about, I think you can start it at 5:30, 6 minutes at the absolute latest, but yeah.
Scouts circle around, spot out another Vil, but there are spears there that were escorting that Vil to build down this wall. So Scouts going to have to just kind of run past this and try to find a different location.
Yeah.
Ooh, some quick walls attempted, but not there fast enough.
Yeah, but he's going to be fine. He's got a town center there, so he's going to be forced out.
And there it is.
Wow, I totally didn't see this coming. A nice Farimba garrison. What do we expect to see from this? We expect to see a lot of units. And this is where the game's going to be difficult for Core, because it does not take long for Baltoon to have a crap ton of units. So how's he going to deal with it right now? I mean, you typically don't want to fast castle yourself. You got to stay to feudal for a while and then go castle. So looks like he's throwing down in a couple archery ranges.
I think fast castling yourself is a huge bait. Like, a lot of times people get stuck in their head when their opponent's age up on them that they have to match whatever your opponent's age is. But Mali's one civ that you don't really have to do that. You have to match their military numbers. If you don't match the military numbers, that's how you lose.
Yeah, you definitely don't have to rush it like you do other civs. It's still something that, you know, the longer it does go on, though, those castle age upgrades do make a difference. But it takes a lot of time, or, you know, it takes time because, you know, there's not even a blacksmith. So it's not like you have to rush that castle age. That's for sure.
First things first comes the archers. Always, I feel like, is the first thing typically popping out of that Farimba. And those warrior scouts still just circling around, causing that annoyance. They do get a gold Vil pick, but another warrior scout goes down.
Yeah, and he remembers his wooden fortress that's been there for like a minute or two. So I was wondering when he was going to build it. And let's see here. So we do see... Did he make any unit? No, nothing has been made yet from the Farimba. I think... Oh, he was getting the archer upgrade, which makes sense.
He made 5 archers first.
Oh, there are 5 archers. I totally saw those.
They killed the spears that were burning down the houses around that pit mine, and then that was it.
You mean the militia?
Militia. Oh yeah, whatever it is.
Same thing, really.
Yeah. They helped.
Yep. And so we do see, here's the archers moving across. Do you see the moss coming out? Which, again, you want to get those relics. I mean, that's what you want as Malians. That's all you need is gold to make those units, right? So, ooh, running right into that Kremlin, though.
Yeah, I've heard that you typically want, I think it's like 25 Vils on gold after you age up for like non-stop production, and enough for a couple for mosque, whatever they're called, imams. Imams? Are they imams for Mali? Or?
I have no idea.
Yeah, whatever they are.
Poison archers are being researched, by the way.
They're imams, okay.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You just get so much map control with Malians that you should be able to get the relics. And he does have his 3rd pit mine, but he hasn't placed any houses or anything. It's just kind of chilling there. So hopefully he starts doing that soon. Otherwise, his pit mine's going to be a sad 23 gold per minute. Oh, there we go. Just had to complain about it.
Just got to complain a little bit, and there it comes. Archer's trying to circle around, find somewhere to do some damage, but haven't found that location yet. Core does have triple range, double barracks himself. He's pumping units, so he's not taking this military numbers lightly whatsoever. And Baltoon just really hasn't found a spot that he can do some damage yet.
Yeah, and we do see that you know, Core is adding in those knights, and Baltoon doesn't have anything to deal with those. Poison archered arrows are good, but he doesn't have any, you know, he's getting his blacksmith upgrades, but knights should be able to take care of these archers just fine, despite being an age behind.
Yep, looks like a few of those scouts are trying to burn down that palisade wall over there on the western side, and Core just continuing to just tucker in behind his base and try to, you know, match this Mali military number, and then eventually get up to castle once he has enough of a military or a economy lead as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm curious when because typically you want to start mixing some other units soon, I think, as Malians, but so far not. Those knights are forcing the villagers back. They've done a little. He's gonna lose a knight though, which does suck. Like, but I think Core will hold this attack. Like that, 14 poison arrowed archers are not enough versus 14 archers and 4 knights and 9 spearmen.
Nope, not at all. Definitely needs to just group all the way together, get maybe a different unit composition into the mix with him to help him out.
Nice little raid on the left, killing a villager. More and more poison archered arrows coming. So far, we're not seeing any sofa upgrades or anything, so it doesn't look like... Ooh, what did I miss?
Core deletes the wall. I think he wants to take the fight.
I mean, this is... I think he wins this fight. 5 knights, 17 archers? Maybe I'm...
Wow, he 2 shots the knights.
Yeah, but there's still the archers pelting him from behind, so I think he can clean this up. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just maybe I'm underestimating at Malians, even though I already think they're overpowered as can be. But I take it back. I was wrong. I thought Core could take that too. Sorry, Core. I lied. Malians are still too strong, even stronger than I give them credit for. And oh, there's a raid at the bottom, losing a villager for Baltoon, and Core is forced back. Core starting a little farm transition, which makes sense. And I assume he's probably... I mean, 18 archers versus 18 archers and 4 knights. I mean, I thought that was going to favor Core before. I don't know anymore. Does Core have blacksmith upgrades? He does not. No, yeah, he does. Yes, he does.
But those are veteran archers with poison arrows. So there is a little bit of differences just to the numbers. There's a lot more quality on the Mali side. That wood line, though, oh my gosh.
Oh, look at that vision. Oh, that's annoying. I mean, Core can't just switch to the other wood line, so that's nice. And so all the relics have been grabbed except for one. Or no, I take that back. There's still the one next to his base, but there's one in Core's base he's not going to get.
High trade house is being built next to that wood line that he just transitioned and moved on over to.
Makes sense. I mean, there's no point in going Abbey. All the relics are gone except one. So.
Uh-oh, though. Right as he's going high trade house, look at what is being built for Baltoon.
3
Press
ramps.
His advantage.
The thing is, and a better Malian player in chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you want to have sofas with your archers. I think just archers dies to archer knight, unless I'm mistaken. Don't get me wrong, Malix is broken, but I'm pretty sure that archers can't beat that composition.
I think you are right, but if it gets built, if this happens fast enough,
oh, and Core must have scouted
just not coming through. I think the Kremlin gave him vision of this.
Yeah, I think it did too. So Core's able to get a quick wall up and just kind of prevent this from, buying precious time for his upgrades to come through. I really like that decision by Core. Really good, really well done there.
And I do agree. I would love to see some either Sofa, some Donzo, something into just be some fodder for this archer ball. But I mean, 53 to, I mean, honestly, the 53 archers wins this by a lot. I think.
Yeah, because there's not castle upgrades yet. Like, Core needs more time. He can do militia though, which he remembers. And here we go. He's taking the fight. I mean, like I said, we do have Castle Age Knights, so that's nice.
He's just kiting it back. The militia are there to help, but those poison archers, they just have so much damage.
Yeah,
they just shred everything.
Yeah, there's still 39 of them. But Core is whittling it down. He's got all his Castle Age upgrades. I mean, it's down to 34. He is going to lose the Kremlin.
But now his knights are gone. Now the militia are gone too. There's only 18 archers left for Core now.
Yeah, more knights though, and that archer mass is still at 30, so still pretty scary. Kremlin's barely staying alive.
For now. And it looks like Baltoon is going to at least take down the Kremlin, but how much more can he do? Because I do agree, this archer number, as it gets thinner and thinner, the knights become more and more effective.
And we have a Mangonel coming out as well. Mangonel about halfway done. That should be enough. Poison arrows doesn't affect siege, right? I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
I'm not going to answer that question because I have no idea.
How do you not know this? You're supposed to be a professional commentator. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you know, I'll answer the question once we start seeing the archers attack siege. How about that?
Oh, there we go. The sofa switch is incoming for, I almost said Anatan, for Baltoon. That Mangonel is going to come out. Going to take a fire. Oh, not going to fire, actually, because too close.
Oh. And look at those Vills just absolutely getting shredded, and a huge, huge surround by the archers.
Okay, no poison damage, by the way.
Yeah. No poison damage on the Mangonel, but shows just how well archers can do if they get that range closed in on those Mangonels. Villagers trying to rebuild that wall, which they successfully do, and now they're trying to rebuild the Kremlin, but they're still in range of some more of those archers.
Yeah, and we see 16. I mean, we still see 16 poison archers still there. And again, with those sofas coming in, that's what makes this army composition so scary. Oh, look at this. Look at the villagers. Left-hand side. He didn't realize he didn't build a mining camp.
No.
Now,
you just see the red line across the map.
now, normally I would say, oh man, that sucks. But yeah, he's got 2,700 gold. I think that's fine. I think Core's pretty dead here.
Yeah, those archers still just continuing to push through. That timing attack was so perfect. He was building the rams as Core was aging up to castle.
Yeah, exactly. And not seeing anything yet. Yeah, and he still hasn't noticed this, by the way. Those villagers are still going long distance. Core's trying to do something here. You know, he's got wood on the left, so he's still able to gather gold and all that. But I just don't know if he's going to be able to get the army composition.
And this is one where the eco numbers don't tell the whole story. Mali has so much passive income. You can't forget about all the pit mines, the Mansa Quarry, how well that works in unison with the Farimba. They have the extra cow resource gathering rate from their cattle. They have all these extra bonuses, and you got all those relics in the bank as well in sacred sites.
Yeah, I will say Corey hasn't gotten Boyer's Fortitude yet, which could be very helpful for his knights, but I mean, his army is just so small. I mean, it's 13 to 42 military. And now there's sofas. It's not just poison-arrowed archers. Now there's sofas.
Yeah, now it's a true composition. It's not just a super strong unit. It's the true comp of, you know, kind of the full unlock. The sofa, now we're seeing it. The just absolute clash against the knights. But this time the archers aren't going to be really getting touched in the backside, and those poison arrows even more effective.
Yep. And we just see more and more units coming over. More sofas, more archers, and I'm sure Core's going to tap out here any moment.
And yeah, he's down at single-digit military. More villagers getting taken down on the farms. And there it is. Game number 4 goes to Baltoon in this wild series. Looks like we are taking it all the way to the game decider.
Donhard is making me laugh. Okay, yep, and as you can see, that very casual 17,000 gold for Baltoon, 14,000 food, but they don't care about food. Malians don't need anything. They're just... Look, I'll keep my bias out of it for this one, but to be fair, that is Core's fault for not banning Malians. That should always ban Malians at this point. But yeah, so that's the game there. So we will be going to a game number 5. He banned Roos. Because Baltoon's a known Roos enjoyer. Because who doesn't enjoy a good old Roos?
Shoot me that invite whenever. Najee. I'll get Najee some food after I accept it. So he'll start acting up or stop acting up.
Hurry up and accept.
Done.
Oh no!
What?
I don't think they put Observer on.
No way.
No!
Wait. Give it a sec. Sometimes it takes a bit.
Unless they just well. Oh, how can you? No, you can't forget on the last game. I forgot on last game during the last week tournament. That's so
All right, I'm
naughty.
back. Is it not observable? They messed up.
They did. I can't get in.
No way.
Yeah, they didn't. Ah!
No way. That's so unlucky.
Make them remake or DQ? I mean, I'm not gonna DQ them over that. That'd be silly. Okay. Well, while we wait, because their game might be close to being over. I'm not sure how long they've been there. What happened? Core forgot to put observer mode on, or Core or Balltoon.
No,
One
I
of them.
like how we assume it's core. No, it's cool. Let's just go with core. It could either one. What a wild series they've had, though. Fun games.
Give them a punishment and revert it later. Find them 10% of their earnings, then do a stream where it's just you eating McDonald's hamburgers up to the value of all the money players were fined.
I'm in for that. I'm not eating the hamburgers. Blade has to eat them. I want to watch it.
Okay, so alright, so yeah, we can't get into game 5, which is a very, very Monka-esque. Very upset with that. I'm gonna give Core a flamin' later, if you know what I mean. Alright, let's take a look at the brackets here, though. So, to the surprise of, I'm sure, everyone, we have Beastie Cutie advancing, Recon... Why does it say Recon Advance 2-0? Should have been 3-0. Not sure GUA maybe forfeited the last game. Not sure. Either way, Recon qualified, Zerton qualified, Vortex qualified, Nushelbar qualified. Actually, wow, if we're looking at the qualifier matches, they're all so far 3-0s. B versus Vertex is a win for B.
That's kind of what you expect first day, though, in a sense.
True. Divine vs. Faye are playing. Kiljardi advances 3-0. Puppy advances 3-0. Anatan 3-0. Marine Lord, Wham 3-0. Nyan Racing Cat 3-0. Yeah, I can show the brackets here. So since we can't watch Core's game, we have a couple options of what we can do here. We can probably just jump into Avali's game maybe, or we can do Divine's, depending on what chat prefers.
You really want to watch Avali Cop?
I mean, I think I'd prefer Divine. Yeah, probably. These games probably wouldn't be super, super long. Cal vs. Avali, that is going to be a big ol' camp fest, that's for sure.
I'm surprised they're on game 3 already. I was expecting it to be on game 1 still.
I'll give it up to chat. Chat, who do you guys want to watch? We can watch Divine versus Faye, or we can watch Calp versus I Am Avali.
1v1 on Forest, nothing.
I'm gonna switch away from the bracket. We've already seen enough of it. Let's see what chat says. I'm about to tune out, so I'm voting Cal Bavely. Okay, out of the people who've commented so far, Calp Avely is winning for sure by a couple. By actually more than a couple. Alright, I guess we're going to be doing Calp Avely then.
Alright.
Let's look at what the... Oh, okay, so we're just going to jump to the live games, so we are not going to see... So I'm going to look at the score real quick. It looks like it is...
I think it's 1-1.
So the score is 1-1 right now. Are you in my group? Yeah, perfect. All right, we're going to go into Avely versus Calp. The score is 1-1. We'll have to look. We'll look at Core's results later. All right, and I'm going to disappear now. Boom. And I'll update the score as well. Actually, we probably don't have to pause because it's probably been live for a little bit, so we'll just let it go for a second. Avely 1-1 Calp. Okay, just updated that. There we go.
All right.
Sorry, guys. Just had to get the score. Wait, Marine Lord's following me? Ah, my day is complete. Thank you, Marine Lord. I was always wondering, someday Marine Lord will hit that follow button, I swear.
Now your life's complete. 35k points without following? Wow.
Okay. We want to see Baltoon Core last match. I can't watch it, unfortunately. I want to watch it too. It's a, unfortunately, not observable. Yep, the map is supposed to spawn like this. This is a normal map spawn. Okay, what are the matchups? Okay, let's actually, see what's going on. So we have English for Avely and Holy Roman Empire for Calp. So I gotta respond to some.
Yeah, so we can already see that Avely's going on over not to build a dock, but to go for some shoreline fish.
Yep, we see, which makes sense. I mean, that's why generally on these kind of maps, English is probably favored because they can just put their villagers onto the shoreline, and you can't place a dock because the villagers will kill your villagers, or English villagers will kill yours. Now, this is assuming that he scouts it, which he may not.
Did you just see how close Avely was to losing a scout?
I did not.
It was under a quarter health.
Oh, jeez.
With like 7 sheep on it.
Yeah, and we can, and definitely, so that dock is going to get up, by the way, because Avely doesn't have that scouted at all. Oh, wait, he's looking for it now, so he's going to see it. Can he kill that villager in time, though?
I don't think he sees it.
Oh, wait, did he not see that? Oh.
He doesn't see it at all.
Oh, I thought for sure he saw that. Maybe he didn't think he had enough time?
I did the fog of war. He couldn't see it at all.
Oh, that's brutal.
And now an outpost being dropped as well.
Oh man, yeah, you gotta.
If you're Avely, you can barely see an outline of the outpost.
Oh really?
Yeah, you can't see the color. You can just see the map color change. It's weird.
Well, that's gonna be painful for Avely there. He's gonna be very disappointed that he didn't scout for that. It's only shoreline fish on this map. There's no deep sea. And this is the only water map in this whole tournament. I mean, by water map, it's a small.
My gosh. Well, we are in for an exciting one. I'm glad. Maybe we are glad we watched this one. It's not going to be some normalcy here. We have a proxy council hall being built.
Yeah.
The thing is Calp can definitely see this because fishing ships / docks are like scouts.
Well, his outpost will see it for sure if they don't.
Yeah.
So he's going to know this is coming, so he's going to expect this heavy aggression. And
Needs to get his age up fast, so 3 fishing boats, heavier onto the food at home, as he already has 7 onto the sheep as well, knowing he needs this age up fast.
Thing is, Calp still needs a little bit of time before he can age up. Ooh, this is going to be kind of scary for him. This council hall is over halfway, and he hasn't even started aging yet.
Yep. Still.
Oh, this is actually really scary for Calp, I think, because he has nothing to deal with longbows at the moment.
Cancels the mining camp?
Interesting. I guess he's just going to use the Akin Chapel to drop off there.
Yeah, even though it's a half tile off the mining camp, so not the most efficient. Or off the gold mine, sorry, not mining camp.
Yeah.
But here we go. Scouts circling around for Avely. Spots out caught moving over to the stone as well. So he's not reacting to the proxy council hall at all. He says, all right, I'll go 2 TC still.
Because he's going to build an outpost. I mean, if you do look at it, right? Look at where the longbows have to go to get to that stone. They have to go all the way across. So it's not like that's... So it's not... When you actually look at this, in terms of what's... He has sheep. His wood is in the back. His stone is in the back. I mean... His only threat, or his only concern is that gold. If he gets a tower, which he's not building, by the way, so I don't think and he doesn't have the wood for it. So his gold is going to be vulnerable, but he could just take the back gold. And it's going to take a while, you know, and he'll have to redirect.
Yeah, still has those fishing boats nice, safe, and secure. Longbow's going to start circling all around. The stone was for the outpost upgrades, I guess. It's a lot of stone.
How much did he gather? 143? Yeah, because he probably wants to get a couple, is my assumption. Hard to say.
Ow. 12 villagers fast building that outpost. Knows how bad he needs that up.
I mean, to be fair, he did scout those longbows going around the back.
Yeah. The thing is, on the scout on the other side, though, if those longbows can just press in a little bit, they might be able to get into the vision range of that.
Yeah, but Calp's already prepared for it. If you look, he's got his scout.
Yeah, scout's battling. He was able to at least get 1 vill from that annoyance.
And by the way, Avely still doesn't know about that dock, I'm pretty sure. I don't think he knows that's there because he's not doing any harassment or anything towards those.
No, he can't see it yet.
And we see a galley coming out from Calp. Oh, that's going to be annoying. And that's actually going to significantly hurt Avely, by the way, because shoreline fish really nice. And there we go. So Avely, if he thought he had that pond to himself, he now knows he doesn't.
Ooh, the scout of Caup goes down. But there's the arrow slits upgrade on that outpost by his woodline. He has resecured it. Is feeling a little better there. And the reinforcements of Avely are starting to remass back up forward. Still not a production building in sight for Caup. He's actually going to retake that gold with another mining camp and an outpost.
Oh, yeah, and he's taking stone up there, which is interesting for Avely. And then we see and then as you said, the outpost by the gold mine, which will be done here shortly with arrow slits, so he'll be safe. I wonder what he's planning on doing with these 5 villagers on with the stone. I can't imagine him going second TC. That feels like a mistake. Maybe he's just gathering it for a forward outpost.
Maybe if it's even an outpost by the fishing and stuff. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I think Caup is just going for a fast castle. I mean, he's got 10 villagers on gold. He has 6 fishing ships. He has that galley. Like, he's got his water pretty much on lockdown for now. I don't think that Avely's going to be able to deny this at this point. Especially because we have a Hulk coming out as well. Although I don't think I like the Hulk, to be honest. The Hulk, it doesn't have that splash damage the galley has. I'd rather have 2 or 3 galleys, personally, if I was going to make multiple warships.
Yeah, maybe it's for the building deny. But the best thing for Caup right now is he has both of those ships on top of the production. So as the longbows pop out, he should be able to get some damage on potentially. Oh, one of the longbows
Yeah, and
almost snipes out that Vil.
And when those reinforcements come out, okay, the galley can hit. Oh, they both can hit it. Oh, that's actually really annoying. Every unit that comes out of that council hall will get hit by a Hulk and a galley. At least if it comes out this way. If it comes out from this corner, I don't think it can, but this corner, it looks like it can. And we do see an outpost coming up also from Calp too, so that's really, really painful. I mean, those are going to be some weak units, and Calp is, I mean, he's still kind of far away from Castle. I mean, when I say far away...
there's the second TC for Mavely.
Oh, so he is going to go second TC, going to take that juicy center.
His council hall is just gone.
I mean, he can outrange these boats with his longbows, but yeah. Second dock coming from Calp as well.
Avely just pushing through with his longbows and spears on the backside. I think realizing he needs to do something. But a quick wall comes down from Calp.
Yep, this is painful. Ooh, I mean, he does get a couple villagers, so that's nice. But I don't know... Ooh, can he get one more? Nope.
I mean, that was still 4 Vils right there. That's a good amount of damage, and all those Vils are still idled, not working. He can actually just slow roll this one. He's not taking any damage here, and Calp doesn't have military to deny this.
Yeah, but again, don't forget the fishing ships. He's aging up here any moment now. He only needs 13 more food. Oh, there we go. He can now go Castle Age. I wonder if he's
going to drop it.
Is he going to go Regnus or Burgrave? Because if he goes Burgrave, I actually wouldn't fault him here.
Calp pulls the shivs out to kill the scout.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. And I'm just curious, is it going to be Burgrave? It is going to be Burgrave. I don't know if he scouted this center, but I mean, English committed to this heavily, right? So he knows that he can probably kill him with mass men-at-arms. The thing is, Calp isn't mining any gold. Oh, there we go. It's going towards it now. Look at the council hall, by the way. It's already almost halfway dead.
Yeah, those sprinkled ships really just doing some damage over time. Just have just enough base damage to slowly kind of take down some buildings and whatnot. Those villagers are able to escape away from that other gold from Calp, and the Burgrave is going to complete in just a second. And Avely, not quite yet to his castle age. He's got enough gold, and he clicks wheelbarrow, cancels wheelbarrow, realizes, oh no, I need castle age, or else he's gonna have men-at-arms streaming towards his base soon.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Avely is kind of getting close there. The nice thing is, Calp doesn't have that ton of gold yet. Now he does. He can now get his upgrade to men-at-arms, but he can't really produce the men-at-arms he would like to yet. His food income isn't that great either. It's only 500 food per minute, which isn't that amazing when you think about it, because he's only getting food from these 10 fishing ships.
And these outposts just allowing Calp to outmaneuver the slow, immobile English army so well. Right when those spears and longbows burn through to go to the next gold, he pulls right back, takes the shortcut, goes right back to his original gold, rebuilds the wall, and now has his double sprinkle or double arrow slits in place outpost to protect him again.
Yep, exactly. Nice thing, yeah. And we do see the white tower coming up, so Avely's going to be fine here. He's actually not going to be in a lot of trouble. These men-at-arms aren't going to do any damage, at least in the middle, which he did scout, I believe. So I think he knows that, but he will be able to deny gold, which again, Avely realizes, and he's already moving his villagers to another gold mine.
Yep, knew where those men-at-arms should be coming in, and the white tower finishes, and this is going to allow Avely a ton of production. I was going to say the big downfall for him is his production's, screwed right now, but the white tower, that's exactly what he needs if he uses it.
Yeah, and Council Hall is officially gone.
Wow, look at Calp trying to build that outpost on the berries. I mean, if you're Avely, do you just dive past the men-at-arms and go for this?
You're gonna have to ask that again.
No, it answered my own question. He didn't. He just sniped down a few men-at-arms, and now Calp is struggling for food other than the shoreline fish, but there's not a ton of shoreline fish left.
That's true. There's still
Yeah, that's still half.
Yeah,
Like 2,000, probably 3,000.
yeah, still enough.
Not as efficient though as it once was.
Yeah, but yeah, once those run out, I think that's when Calp's gonna start getting in trouble because he doesn't have any farms. He's run out of his berries in his main, and the food in the center is all Avali's. Like Avali has complete map control in the center, and Avali's making a trebuchet.
An attempted raid coming down from Cop on the backside, but Avali, great job pulling those villagers inside the town center.
Look at the center
no
too.
damage able to come down yet.
They're gonna get that trebuchet, I think.
I don't know. Vils can heal up, maybe. Vil pulled a heal. Vil pulled a heal.
Yeah, with Vil heals, I think you're right.
Oh no.
Because that white tower's just melting those men at arms. Oh no. That's a disaster for Calp.
He got one Vil kill through all that.
Yeah,
Make that two now.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny. This game went from like it looked bad for Avli to I think he's in an amazing position now.
Yeah, he can use that Treb to clear down the rest of the water if he wants, or he can just go start to Treb down the base.
Yeah, I think the only thing he's missing is, yeah, he just needs to pull more villagers to the center. You take, you know, there's still deer, there's still berries. I mean, he can just stay on that food for quite a while and not worry about farms if that's his goal.
Yep.
And
he's even dropping a monastery, grab these easy relics and the sacred sites, just nice long-term gold for himself.
And if you look at Calp's food per minute, it's only 400 food. It's really not that high. And he, like, no farms. He doesn't have much going for him at the moment. He's going to lose that tower to the Treb.
Yeah, 9 shoreline fishing boats is not enough.
No, it's not enough to overcome the, what Avali has with 2 town centers and a bunch of, you know, the middle food. And now, Avali can start focusing on that Burgrave. I mean, this is a lot of pressure for him because we see the White Tower range, and I'm pretty sure that Trebuchet will be under the White Tower range still when it goes after the Burgrave, but I could be wrong.
And look at how many I mean, it doesn't even matter if it's not. Look at how many crossbows that Avali already has. He's got 11 crossbows. There's only 6 men-at-arms on the other side, and they're kind of split off and going for a raid, I think.
Yeah, and I like what Avali's doing here. He's putting 10 villagers on stone. My guess, he's going to make a keep, and he's just going to put it right in front of that, you know, right in front of those houses, that mill. And then he can just siege the town center, and I don't think there's any way Calp is going to get the economy in time to deal with it. Like, if he had regnants, maybe, because he could have the relics, but he doesn't.
Yeah, he did drop a monastery in the backside. Looks like he's starting to pump some prelates, but hasn't been able to go secure the relics as they are light years away on his side. He's picking up one now. I think he's about to go pick up a second one as well.
Yeah, and for some reason, Avali decided to start focusing on a house. Not sure on that, but...
You know, house him.
Yeah, I guess try to house him.
A knight has decided to potentially find this prelate, bringing back the relic. Nope, just runs right on by it. Just passing by.
We do see a little run by of 6 men-at-arms, 4 spears coming from the back.
Oh, he finds it. Finds it out. Prelate will go down with that relic before it comes on home. And the second trebuchet into the mix. I don't know if you said that. And there we go. The keep is being dropped. It's a little bit safer than I would have expected there.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be much more forward.
I still think it gives him that line in the sand to move those trebs up another 4 tiles, and then he's easily taking down the town center, taking down the Burgrave, the farms, and everything.
I would have liked, the reason why I would have liked it right, you know, pretty close to the Burgrave is, for starters, any units that come out of the Burgrave get attacked. 2, he has access to the Akin Chapel, town center, and the Burgrave with his trebuchets all under 1 keep.
Yeah. Oh, I 100% agree. Maybe just playing a little bit safer than expected. But again, based off of this early game, this is not the positioning that I would have been expected watching this game.
I 100% agree there. We do see Boiling Oil getting researched right now. We have another trebuchet coming out on the second keep. That Burgrave will be going down shortly, I assume. We do see a bunch of horsemen. Ooh.
I usually think that's like a priority over some of the others at times, but you know, it is what it is.
Does that affect trebuchets?
Yes.
Good to
yes,
know.
it does.
Yeah, did not. I never know with Siege with the English. There's a little raid, kind of taking down a tower now. Hasn't really done a lot. Third trebuchet is out.
I mean, this is really when it gets to the point where it's hard for HRE to defend. Once, like, when there's one trebuchet, you're like, emergency repair, bro, I'm good. And when there's two, you're like, I'm still kind of okay. And then the third one, it's no longer that capability anymore. And there's an additional keep being dropped by Avely. Again, not towards the chapel, but instead towards the wood line, as I think he is assuming that that wood line's probably getting pretty thin of cops.
Yeah, Avely's just being really, really safe with this. It's driving me crazy. But it'll be fine. That keep will... Ooh, actually that Springle does out... Oh, no, there we go. Doesn't want to lose that trebuchet. That'd be very annoying.
Nope, bring some bills up to heal that right back to full, and very, very quick and on top of that. So even if that Springle comes back, you're going to need 3 Springles there.
Yeah, exactly. And those shoreline fish are starting to run out. There's only 3 left.
All right, and there's that second Springle. And third one, I'm sure, will be in queue in just a second. But the problem for Cop here is just going to be holding this overall. Like, he needs to try to be able to dive that siege, but it's going to be hard to dive that siege. Even though it's 61 military, if that's showing correct, it's just mainly spears right now.
Wait, how does he have 61 military? He's only...
That's what I'm wondering.
Oh, it's counting the warships.
The fishing ship, okay.
The Hulks and stuff, which I think are 3 population each.
They are.
Yeah, so that's counting as 9. And Springles.
Still a lot more than I expected.
Yeah, Springles. And I think Prelates might count as that too, not sure.
He's got 31 spears, 12 horsemen. Yeah, Prelates do count.
Yeah, so I think a lot of it's into actual, you know, like Prelates and Siege and those warships. You know, it's a 24 supply, I think, in those, or food in those.
And it looks like that next wood line is being moved on to and away. Yep,
Oh,
taking that
here we
back
go.
side of it.
A dive. Avely just needs to retreat with his trebuchets. Or actually, no, I guess he's going to win the siege battle, so why? Man, 2 keeps.
And network of citadels. It's just...
Yeah, this is not looking good.
the boiling oil just shredding those horsemen.
Oh, man. I forgot about the boiling oil. Yeah, that did not go well at all.
That was really bad. There's still 4 trebuchets.
Yeah, emergency repairs is almost done.
Grape.
Yeah, that's all his military units gone.
There's 2 Vills working hard to repair that Burgrave. Oh, and look at the wood lines. They're both on that same wood line that I was talking about. But this time, Avely, he's got some crossbows, he's got his longbows, and he's got knights there as well.
And he's got Vanguard Man-at-Arms. Who needs to upgrade your Men-at-Arms? Where did he even get those? He must have accidentally made them from the White Tower or something, because I don't see a barracks anymore.
That's exactly what he did. That's why he can't upgrade them too.
All right.
TC has gone down. There's only 1 landmark left.
Yep, it's that Akin Chapel, and that's it. And we have a good villager lead for Avely. He's up by 30 workers. Oh, and the shoreline fish are gone. Calp deleted his fishing ships.
Ah, that definitely makes a big difference there.
Hey, there we go. There's the keep I want. Oh my god. He's pulling 44 villagers to build this keep.
I think he knows that, like, there's no way that this can get dove right now. And there it is. All right. So not the game we were expecting out of these two whatsoever. Very exciting one, and able to take the dub and go up 2-1.
Yeah, that's 2-1 for Avely now. Let me update the score before I forget, because I could be bad about that. Okay, so 2-1, Avely Kaup. Watch game 5 core now. If I'm to watch that one, I would just speed run it since we already know the results. There's no point in slow casting that one. The results are already known.
Are they only playing 3 in the series?
They should be playing another one.
They might have agreed to only play 3. If you look at the results, it looks like the results are solidified.
Oh, Cal went to bed after this and forfeited game 4 and 5. Okay, so Avely advances.
All right. I say we speed run the core Baltoon one just because we watched all the other ones.
Yeah, I'll speed run. I'm not gonna. I don't really want to just cast that one.
Yeah, agreed. I just kind of want to see how it went and whatnot.
Hello from New York City, Ultimate Host. Hello, let's go, Brandona. All right, let's trying to figure out the best way to speed run this real quick. Let's see if I can find Core. I'm pretty sure he's offline.
Baltoon's easy to find.
Is he though?
Yeah.
I'm already committed. I gotta find Core in my offline friends list.
I just search add friend and search Baltoon, even though he's
fine.
on my friends list, and he's right there.
Fine.
Oh. You know.
Oh, it was on Arabia.
Hard.
English versus Abbasid. Okay. Alright, let's just speed run this real quick. I wonder if feudal aggression's what did it.
Are you in it, or are you covering the Conquerors Cup screen?
You know, I'm just making sure everyone's watching my beautiful face, because who wants to actually watch the match?
Oh, okay.
I know everyone prefers to not see it.
Alright.
Alright, so let's see here. Very standard stuff. Third time today, Blade. I give myself a break on this one.
It does look like it is that little bit of feudal aggression like we were seeing.
Second TC, though. Paint us a picture, Blade. What are you seeing? I'm seeing a lot of orange and blue.
I mean, Baltoon knowing still that Core's not
Lots
on
of
stone.
So four Vil kills. You have to speed cast a speed run. Man, I'm gonna be honest. I'm starving. I'm kind of tired. I don't have the speed run cast energy at the moment.
Yeah, Core finally gets a second TC.
Third TC.
Going for third.
I mean,
I'm
Core.
all behind you. Yeah.
Well, yeah, Core's actually in a pretty decent position here. 3 TC just wiped out the army. Interesting. Oh, it's that men-at-arm. The men-at-arm longbow, I bet he loses to. Because he's not even... I mean, he's about to go castle, though. Actually, I'm a little surprised.
He doesn't have any gold. He's trying to go castle. He doesn't have gold, though.
Yeah, but he's going castle. He's halfway.
Oh, I'm behind you.
Yeah.
Still. Got delayed a lot.
Oh, I want to highlight. Baltoon did a really good job, by the way. He made sure he had vision of every gold mine, so Core couldn't sneak one. I mean, the thing is it looks like Core's in a good position. He's got a lot of food, but he doesn't really have any. I think he saved all his resources for knights and stuff, and I think he probably should have been mixing in archers as well, maybe.
Yeah, was
while
going a lot of
aging
knights
up.
into a huge spear mass.
Yeah, he's kind of throwing his units away. Yeah, just kind of taking, and he's trickling units in. So since he's trickling units in, he wasn't taking the best trades. So he lost not only both TCs, but he lost a lot of his units that he shouldn't have as well.
Oh, and then Wingard, yeah.
Yeah, I think Core's in a really good position. I think he just played a little impatient and wasn't making enough units while aging up, I think, ended up being the problem here. But it looks like... Yeah, Core's down like 30 workers. Alright, we see how this is now ending. He wasn't able to restabilize, unfortunately. Unfortunately for Core. Congratulations to Baltoon. He is heading on to the main event that starts next weekend. Okay. Well, that was a quick cast of that. Okay.